على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كاسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كاسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احمها مع كاسبيرسكي الجديد.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
هذا اليوم الرابع، ولكن اليوم الأول بالنهائيات والبلاي أوفس، النهائيات الكبيرة في هذه البطولة. كان معانا 8 فرق والآن معانا 6 فرق بالبلاي أوفس، فريقين تم إقصائهم من البطولة، نتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. معكم أخوكم وجيه، ومعاي في التقديم الأسطورة The Legend براء. Hey Bara, how are you doing?
I am so well and super excited. I'm the legend, man. You've been superb for the last few days.
You are the legend, believe me.
Appreciate you, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the Saudi eLeague taking place right here in Riyadh at the eSport Arena. We're going to have an amazing hype matches coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, as I've been gathering the information. We had 8 teams at the group stage, and unfortunately 2 went back home. And now we have 6 teams for the playoffs. It's gonna get hyped. What's gonna happen? وجيه شو اللي بيصير؟
أنا ما أدري إيش اللي بيصير، لأن الاستراتيجيات حرفيا الأحداث والسيناريوهات اللي بتصير في البلاي أوفس غير تماما عن الجروب ستيج. فصراحة كلنا متحمسين وكلنا متشوقين أن نبدأ في مباراة هذا اليوم. جاهزين؟
جاهزين. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. It's gonna get hyped right here. Let's go. وجيه.
خلونا نبدأ في المباراة الأولى ونرحب بأول فريق معانا في الستيج. فأعزائنا الحضور، سمعونا أقوى تحية لفريق The Vicious eSport.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming in right now, competing against the Vicious eSports. Make some noise and let's hear it for the Rock eSports! So, ladies and gentlemen, happening here as we're gonna have the Vicious eSports going against Rock eSports. It's gonna get hyped right here for the Overwatch 2 Saudi eLeague Championship taking place right here in Riyadh. ولا رايك يا وجيه؟
استفتاحية هذا اليوم بالنهائي، أول مباراة معنا في ربع نهائي عند فريقين عريقين في هذا المجال. المباراة الأولى بتكون بين فريق The Vicious eSport ضد روك eSport، ونتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق أكيد. فلازم ندخل على الاستديو ونبدأ فيها المباراة، ولكن قبلها فليتفضل جميع الحضور بالوقوف استعدادا للنشيد الوطني.
And ladies and gentlemen, please all rise for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Hello, welcome to the Analysis Desk brought to you by STC Play. I'm Commander X and I'm joined by my good friend Christy Effer. We're here coming in at the playoff stage of the Saudi eLeague and a lot's already happened. How are you feeling at this stage of the tournament, Chris?
No, it's good to be here. I think that this is obviously the business end of the tournament. I think this is where we're likely to see the best games. I think that this tournament actually really has a lot of talent. It's got Overwatch League champions, it's got World Cup champions, so we've got almost everything that we could really hope for from a Saudi eLeague tournament. So no, I'm excited to get into it.
We saw on the Kaspersky replay earlier on a lot of the action that happened yesterday. So let's catch everyone up with a bit of what's happened so far in the group stage. We had two groups, Group A and Group B, and we've lost two teams already. Castle Black Esports out of Group A and EXO Esports out of Group B. Which means the teams we have left are F16 Esports, ROC Esports, The Vicious, and FOG Esports. Lots of esports teams, so we no surprise.
Yes, well, that's what we're here to do, is do the old esports. So yeah, I think we're looking at the standings. I think there's two teams that probably dominated both groups, which is maybe what we expected. I think the team that everybody's looking out for is going to be Twisted Minds. This is obviously the core of the team that won the Overwatch World Cup for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, plus a few friends from Europe to help them out. And then maybe the surprise team going into it in terms of the strength level that they've showed, but GK Esports winning Group B, only dropping one map. Twisted Minds didn't drop a single one. They are featuring my good friend Landon, and then check teams today, obviously, and they're in the winners bracket waiting for the results of today. But I think at least on paper, those are the two teams to beat. And I think what we're really looking for today is we need to see is one of the four teams here able to kind of step up and make a claim that they can lay a glove on either GK or Twisted Minds.
Exactly. And there's kind of two tiers of competition. There's the Goliaths at the top if they can overtake them. But also when we talk about prize money, only the top four get prize money. So in these games between these teams and their respective power levels will be super important in who can claim those last rewards as well. And I think the first game today is going to be Vicious Esports versus ROC. So Vicious coming as the top seed from Group, or the higher seed from Group B, and ROC, after a disappointing 3-0 loss to F16 yesterday, come in as the lower seed.
Yeah, I think one thing that we'd probably need to consider is that it's possible that one of the groups was slightly stronger on paper than the other. Like I feel like Vicious Esports obviously finishing second in their group, but I also felt like the Group A was probably slightly better, at least in my opinion, on paper. So I actually expect a pretty even match here. I think one thing that's always super interesting with these tournaments where there's like an import rule is how the teams have like spent their import resources, if you want to call it that. Obviously, Vicious have gone down the Korean route. Two Korean players, actually, I think both played in contenders last year, so not necessarily established Overwatch League talent, which maybe some other teams have done. Whereas ROC have gone for Psycho, who played in the Overwatch League. He's obviously a European, and then Bernard, who featured in the Overwatch League Grand Finals.
Exactly. Because there's three roles in Overwatch, it's always interesting with only two imports how teams are going to spend those resources. So the investment in DPS from both teams, investment in Tank in one form and Baptiste in the other. And I think what we really expect from this first matchup especially is Sig Mirror on almost every single map. So it'll be really interesting to see how I Love You will match up against Bernard.
Thank you. I love you too, by the way. Yeah, I think there'll definitely be some interesting. Obviously, one of the nature of these events is going to be is like can the established Overwatch League tank compete against maybe some like the Saudi players who maybe haven't played to that level, and then where can we find the gaps in each team? There's also an interesting discussion to be had about whether or not these teams playing the Sigma mirror is optimal. I suppose it depends ultimately what they're expecting. I think you mentioned obviously top four are the only teams that are going to get prize pool. So maybe there is like a in the back of everyone's head, oh, let's try and get top four. If you're trying to win, is the Sigma against these top two teams the best way about it? Or, but I guess that's what we're going to find out.
In many ways, especially for ROC, they seem quite locked in because of Bernard is an off tank. They're kind of locked in. Sigma. It is his best hero. Maybe not as many options to swap to a Doomfist or to a Winston ROC, whereas maybe Vicious have a little bit more flexibility. Obviously, Iris can play much every flex support at a good level, so they could really pivot if they need it. And here we can take a look at the Vicious esports roster.
That's it. Well, Elris was in the Overwatch League for a long time, and to be fair, his signature hero was Baptiste. So in terms of like Korean Baptiste players, he does seem to be a very, very strong one. And I think as we'll start to see in the replays here, like this team definitely has performed well so far. Proud has looked very good on various heroes, and I think that Elris obviously is known for his bat play. So to sign him as an import, this is a good time to do it.
Exactly, and alongside him we get Proud coming in, better known from Korean Contenders, but has always been one of the more impressive hit scans in Korean Contenders, especially on this Sojourn, which we're seeing right now. So a lot of talent on this side, but you have to bear in mind as well, they're actually coming off a pretty good result after that round 3 game yesterday with a reverse swept FOD Esports. They've got to be feeling good about that.
Yes, I think so, and obviously we see the Rock Esports lineup here. Obviously, Bernard will be the biggest name in terms of he came in at the end of Overwatch League and played in the Grand Finals on Sigma, so a lot of experience in this meta. Psycho will be interesting to see what he plays. Is he going to be on the Maze? Is he going to be on the Sim? But obviously another established Overwatch League talent. I think this makes it look pretty even. I think on paper both teams have got a good chance to go all the way to map 5, which has happened 3 times this tournament.
Exactly, I think especially for Psycho coming into this tournament, he really made a name for himself in Overwatch League last year, mostly for his Tracer play, but here we're going to see him play a lot of the mains and metas. There's still maybe a little proving for him to do, as there's going to be a lot of hot competition on those roles.
Yeah, certainly, and I think also probably another factor that will come into it is when you're signing these imports, what is the level of motivation for it? You know, maybe if you get some of like these like established talents, it's different. Whereas at least one thing that we can say about Vicious Esports is when you're signing these, maybe younger isn't the right word, but these contenders players, maybe there is like a additional factor in them where this is actually like a really important tournament for them. They would really like to win it. Obviously, everybody wants to win it, but I do think that there will be various degrees of how serious everyone is taking it, at least in their own minds. And I think maybe that's why that we've seen Vicious have as much success, even in theory, without taking the Overwatch League players.
Exactly, yeah, and it must be said, even for some of these players like Proud probably really comes to mind, even though he's a Korean Contenders player, the level of competition is really high there. We saw a lot of the Korean Contenders teams even play in Overwatch League brackets in this season as well, so it's no doubt that he can go toe-to-toe with the best, and I think there'll be a lot of pressure, particularly if, say, Madara comes in for Rock Esports, if he can compete on the level of a hit scan that's a lot more established, a lot more experienced, especially on his best hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll be interesting to see if either team blinks, if both teams are just willing to go down with the ship in terms of the Sigma mirror, if either team has a plan B. Obviously, we don't know what they've been scrimming. There's been like maybe they've had like a day or two to really like figure out what's going on. Obviously, this is winners bracket, so it's not necessarily the end of the line if a team was to lose. So we might maybe see them stick with the Sigma and then like readjust tomorrow or the day after. But yeah, I think that at least for the first 2 or 3 maps, I think we'll see very much a Sigma. Maybe one team will lean more towards Sojourn, one team towards Sim. But I think we got to wait and see.
I think definitely. And if there's one team that's going to lean more that way, I think it will be Rock Esports. I think we've seen them run the May Sim, which we obviously saw Finland and Saudi Arabia run with a lot of success in the Overwatch World Cup. Also pulled out a lot of BAS as well. Different versions of the composition, but it'll be really interesting matchup which way both teams lean with the slight differences in their comp.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think that one thing that at least the early group stages of the Saudi E-Leagues has maybe shown us is that it felt like towards the World Cup, everybody was quite on May Sim as the optimal DPS choice within the Sigma Lucio Bap comp, but a lot of teams maybe Sojourn, and I think that those picks will maybe where everyone's comfortable if anyone can find a way to squeak out an advantage there.
I think especially if I look at this from Vicious's point of view, you've invested one of your import picks onto Proud, his best hero, Sojourn. It really makes a lot of sense to use him as much as possible, put him in these positions. So I think they'll probably stick down that line. And I think in general, a lot more Sojourn in this tournament in general. Obviously, a lot of good hit scans available in this tournament, so there'll be a lot to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really feel like there's always been an interesting argument in Overwatch. Like, is Overwatch a strong link game or a weak link game? And obviously, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the players that we're more familiar with, and maybe everybody's more familiar with. But there's probably going to be a huge element in terms of can the three Saudi players in each team, what is their level in comparison to each other? How much experience have they had on stages like this? For a lot of them, I imagine this is about as big a game as they've played. How do they handle that pressure? Do they play better or worse on LAN? And I really feels like for them being able to outplay the opposition, their number is actually a really significant factor that can win or lose a team a series here.
Exactly. With the way the import rule works, because you're allowed 2 imports, what this actually means is there's an abundance of talent to pick from to import here. But actually, where we see the reason Twisted Minds are potentially the Goliath of this tournament so far at the top is that the domestic talent from Saudi Arabia, they've got lots of the best players, or at least most proven and experienced players on their roster, which gives them the strength. So everyone's got good import players, but how can some of the younger, less experienced Saudi players come in and compete against these guys, who I think will be a decisive factor, especially in this first matchup where we see Overwatch League talent on the tank side for Rock Esports, but not on Vicious's side. But we have a more experience in the backline for Team Vicious. So we can potentially see if the pieces were invested in the right place from both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we look at a huge display in how have the coaches these teams have only maybe had about a month or so to work together, if that, maybe 1 or 2 blocks a day. So have the coaches been able to kind of get a strategy? Like what I always feel like is if we're coaching newer players, or like we're trying to build a team, let's try and get a really basic system down so everybody understands their role within the comp. And then I think, yeah, as much as we can, we got to like try and figure out, can we get everyone on the same page, and can I kind of create a style and create a comp that lets my superstar players carry?
Exactly. That's what we expect to see a lot from Vicious in the form of Proud and Sojourn. So I think this series could really go either way. So if I had to get you to put your money where your mouth is, Chris, who is winning this first series?
Yeah, so obviously Vicious come in as the highest seed, but I think it's going to be close, but I'm going to go Rock Esports. I think that I feel like maybe the group that they had to get through was slightly more challenging. I think the teams they lost to were maybe the teams that we expect to finish towards the top end of this. So I'll go Rock Esports 3-1.
I think I'm going to lean the same way. I don't want to say exactly the same score, but I think it can be really close. I think as this series goes on, we'll get a real feel for how both teams are looking in the SIG version of the mirror. Obviously, I probably look at Rock Esports and think with their different variations on the meta, when they have the Sim, the Bastion they can bring in or even combine together, they maybe have a few more options to tweak and twist and give Vicious new problems as we go along the series. So I think if they run into any sort of hassle or any difficulties, they have a few more options to bring out, and that'll force Vicious to keep adapting and changing. And as we said, with only a month or so's practice, suddenly if teams start playing slightly different variations or something you've not got as much scrim time on, these can really start to cause big problems if you've not got experience versus it.
Yeah, and I think one thing that obviously I'm speaking from experience, but whenever there's a group stage and then we start to get into the playoffs, you start to know your internal power level, right? So these teams have probably scrimmed against each other before, and they probably start to know. So you will see which teams, yeah, maybe I've got confidence to stay on my comp, to stay true to the idea that we've been trying to push forward, and maybe you'll start to see one or two teams start to pivot. I think I would like to see, I think especially from the 4 teams that we're seeing today, I'd love it if we saw a different look from 1 or 2. Maybe we start to play some double flex support, some dive stuff, maybe some Orisa comps, some Queen comps, just something to throw something into the mix. Because I think the worst thing that can happen is we all stick to the Sigma mirror, and then 2 teams just go down knowing that they're not quite strong enough to certainly win the tournament to get top 4. So hopefully we get a little bit of variation. Hopefully maybe teams have got a plan B, so they're going to start plan A on the mirror, see what happens, and then as the series goes on, see if we can adapt and overcome.
It's certainly true, and both teams have invested resources in slightly different options as well. When we talk about Rock Esports, they have 3 DPS players, so they can swap the Sim, Bastion, Mei, Sojourn, combine these in any way they want, whereas Vicious have an extra support, so a double flex is really on the cards if they want to bring it out. So far in this tournament, we've seen a lot of, especially on map 2, always go into mid-town, and a lot of straight mirrors out of both teams, so if there is a bit of difficulty, we can maybe see Vicious even switch it up as well.
Yeah, I think yeah, possibly Rocky Sports in a way are more flexible, because I think that they probably want to try and get Psycho and some carry heroes. I think that's maybe one thing that they'll be concerned at, is if he's only on the Mei Sim, it's possible that the amount that he can actually carry in this meta isn't as much from what you really want from your like import player. But at least Bernard maybe goes the opposite way, where he probably really wants to stick to these off tanks. So I'm not entirely sure which comp both teams will pivot to if they can. But I think both teams definitely have options.
Yeah, one thing we saw from Vicious as well when they were having some difficulties was they brought Lawyer in as well. Just a straight swap, him playing Mei as well, but that certainly seemed to give him a big boost right at the end against FOG, helped him get over the line. So it'll be interesting to see where he plays and if he features much in this matchup as well, as it certainly helped him yesterday, and it certainly means they have a backup option if things aren't going to plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think that's going to be key. Obviously, it's winner's bracket. So if we're going to make a mistake, let's make it now. Let's really feel it out. But like I've said a few times now, I really, really want to see if teams are willing to adapt, willing to make big calls. We've got big rosters. We can make subs. Now's the time to do it.
Exactly. So without much further ado, let's start getting on into the game. I'm going to hand you over now to Dogman and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. It's early in the morning, Dogman, but man, we got some exciting matches to wake us up, and we have 2 of the best analysts in the world to just do all the heavy brain work.
Oh yeah, I mean, 2 of the best, coaches of all time, and some of the most. They talk a little bit of trash behind the scenes too. I love Chris as well. We've had a lot of history with him, and yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for these matches. They set it up super well. Obviously, going into this match, it's really anybody's game. As they pointed out from the group stages, Lemon, I mean, it was so close, even in Group A or whatever, or Group B, where Group A was seen as one of the harder groups, I would say, behind the scenes, obviously, with Chris, going with ROC or Rock in this case. But yeah, I mean, obviously, this is gonna be a really fun matchup, Lemon.
Majority of Twisted Minds did at the Overwatch World Cup. They're incredible, but just how incredible this whole opportunity is. I feel like regional tournaments is an important platform to give experience to players who maybe can't qualify or really make it to the top, but you got to start somewhere. And our analyst really talked about how there's less experienced players here that are getting an opportunity of a lifetime to play with Overwatch League level talent, or maybe some coaches that are coming in. Our first map is Samoa, Vicious versus Rock. Again, an incredible opportunity, and there's an English broadcast too, so now we get to all watch this journey together. All right, let's get into map number 1, Vicious versus Rock Esports. Like our analyst said, it's the upper bracket. So whatever happens, there's always a second chance. But your reward if you win is going up against one of the best teams, as our analyst said, of Twisted Minds. And then we'll obviously be dropping to the other quarterfinal right after this match. But once I get Dogman reconnected, I'm going to look forward to talking about all the players we do recognize. Psycho, Bernard, all the imports. I wonder how much of an impact they're going to have. Dustin, I mean, yeah, we got a lot of players we do recognize and a lot that we're looking forward to getting to know.
Yeah, I might still be muted potentially in the VMix, so we might have to keep filling. Potentially. I'm good.
Yeah,
No, I'm good.
I'll
Oh
get
my God.
him.
Okay. Sorry, Lemon.
Oh, you're good. Okay,
my
good, good.
apologies for that. Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, you know, we're starting out. It's a fresh day, right, Lemon? I mean, everything's so, you know, new with bringing us English talent here in the Saudi eLeagues. But like you said, I mean, you set it up well, Lemon. I mean, really excited to see what happens here on Samoa.
Yep, first round on Downtown. And all of our analysts talked about the Lucio Sigma mirror. You want to start off with what you know and make the, you know, if it's broke, then you start to fix it. Great initial May wall. Here comes the Bastion of Azuna. And great, I mean, Sigma shield from I Love You with hate right in his face. And that's great space creation from Rock Esports. They're going to be set up to take the point first after a couple of big picks.
Yeah, I mean, a nice shot from Psycho across the map. Obviously is going to allow Rock into the objective first, get the first point capture, and really to set them up with a defensible position. I mean, Vicious running that Sojourn comp. Meanwhile, with the Bastion, Symmetra on the other side. So very large difference of opinion. I mean, our desk covered it earlier. It is definitely a huge strategy decision to make, and especially on a map like this one where it's so new and all of those strategies are still being invested as we have a little bit of a tech pause going on to figure out what's going on with these players. But, you know, obviously Rock look like they're in a great position at the moment, Lemon.
Yeah. And our analysts were talking about the differences of the main DPS or your quote carry. There's Sim, there's Bastion, there's Sojourn. As like a former player yourself, if you had to play today, what would you be leaning towards?
I mean, yeah, I personally, I like the Sojourn, but like the desk setup, we talked about it with Chris and with Commander behind the scenes. It feels like the difference in the compositions are still up for debate, even after all of this time. You know, a lot of teams are favoring that Sojourn now. I think it's probably got higher peaks than the Symmetra does at points, even with that May being in flex. I don't know. It's really up for debate at the moment, Lemon. I mean, it's 50-50, but obviously we have yet to see the likes of Twisted Minds and the other top seeds later on in those matches. So obviously they've kind of dictated the meta to some degree. I'm sure a lot of teams are trying to copy them, figure out what works best. But, you know, if I can't answer your question, personally, I like the Sojourn a little bit more on that side.
Yeah, I like any hero that has like stupidity forgiveness, and the way that Sojourn would allow me to just jump out of my own stupidity, that's the one. That's the one for me. Bastion is also very stupid proof though. You could just sit there and shoot, but then, you know, your team has to be the smart one to really cover everything. I feel like Sim is like the hardest to pull off, the way that you're just so vulnerable. You don't have a plan B, you don't have a route of escape, although the teleporter takes a second to set up, and you know, the best players have been able to get out of tough situations with it. But initially, just in that first fight, we're still in a tech pause, something at LAN happening. You use that the oppositional May was able to place that May wall in front of the Bastion, and that really just kills the value of that guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it does for sure. And like you said, with the Sim, too, it's really reliant as well on backline, right? It depends on your Baptiste, you know, how often that you know, player can heal you. And, you know, obviously, with a lot of the teams, they're talking about imports, and with the Saudi players, you know, trying to figure out kind of who plays what the best. You know, a lot of teams even subbing out, you know, potential tank players to kind of figure out that whole. It really is an important piece of the puzzle to keep, like you said, the Symmetra alive. The Bastion at least has more HP, I guess, but like you said, the Symmetra requires a bit more coordination, figuring out the TP plays. I know with the likes of Twisted Minds, they were really smooth, at least with Symmetra Bastion, you know, getting their Bastion out of really tough situations with that Symmetra TP, just kind of shoving it in there, making sure the Bastion can get out of there quickly. Obviously, Quartz is one of the best Bastions in the game, so it's tough to really compete at that level necessarily with them. But like you said, I think that is a bit more of a harder composition, I guess, to run with those heroes, whereas like you said with the Sojourn, it's definitely stupid proof to some degree, where you can kind of just get out of there, play through your own accord, and maybe not rely on your teammates as much.
Yeah, like stupid proof, but you still have to aim. It's like you can live, but what do you do?
Yeah.
I wonder that.
Exactly.
But as the series goes on, our analyst brought up an important point of the 3 support versus 3 DPS, where it maybe if Midtown comes up map 2, we'll see the double flex come into play. But for now, the Lucio is really important on control, and you see that Rock are still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Rock sitting there on the point, nearing 40% on the board already, where Vicious, still sitting back. I mean, well, actually popped an ultimate. Asuna, what a grenade from him to give him the first kill.
Yeah, Rock are just controlling the sides of the point, and Vicious are walking in out in the open. They obviously tried to place the window, so that put Iris in a vulnerable position, and the grenade from Bastion sticks, and once you land that, you're pretty toast, and Rock have pretty consistently gotten first pick, and with how long these fights have been taking, this is coming down to the last one.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating for Iris. I mean, obviously to pop down your window and immediately get destroyed by Asuna on the come up. Now 70% of the board. Lemon, we're already entering last fight territory for Rock at the moment, who have a lot of ultimates to work with as well.
Yeah, the last fight, and we talked about the impact of Sojourn and Bastion players. Well, they'll have more time to think about it in a second. But the analyst did a good job of highlighting Proud as that upcoming player. Sojourn has to be the one that takes those off angles. If you're going to have the extra mobility, you got to use it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to be able to take those positions, like you said, really coordinate with your Sojourn still too. Like a lot of these, I mean, what happened with Iris there, to go back on it as well, how he even died in that second fight was just peeking without his team, right? When it was just kind of like miscoordination or miscommunication, I should say, with Iris peeking that main side really allowed him to get that opening picked on him. And I think realistically, you've got to be more together as a unit. Like you said, you do want to take those off angles on Sojourn, but a lot of times it feels like for Vicious at the moment, they're really not on the same page. I mean, what do they do, Lemon? It feels like at the moment, they're just like not going in together or not using ultimates the right time, even holding on to them for a long time. I mean, it just feels like it's not really going their way at the moment. Maybe it's with this specific round type, I guess. But yeah, I think you're right. You just need to get that Sojourn set up, really get a little more value out of it.
Yeah, maybe there's something like physically happening at land that's maybe causing those issues, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I do think that Rock are manipulating Vicious to be in the places they want Rock to be in. The first fight, Rock kind of took that side angle, were unleashing with the Bastion. Vicious put the Maywall up in their face, thought they just, okay, we're well defended, we got the Maywall up, let's approach. As soon as that Maywall came down, Rock just blew them all up with the Bastion. They won the first fight.
Yeah.
Second fight, then you had the unfortunate Iris death there, which usually, like you pointed out, you'd want a Sigma shield or a Sigma grasp, something to just eat that damage, because Baptiste has a lot of survivability if he actually uses it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's like a lot of it is just kind of working with your Sigma, really just making sure your Baptiste is on the same page. Because, I mean, if you're not on the same page, especially in these compositions where you are kind of moving together as a unit a lot of the times, right, you're sticking as 5. So if you have one stray dog, right, just kind of going off on his own, that spells disaster. And obviously we're going to take a look back at the players kind of at the desks, figuring out what exactly is going on in the series. Obviously for Rock, they started off well, though. I mean, they're kind of taking advantage, Lemon, of these pauses a little bit, right? Just kind of, one pause goes by, they get the fight, another one goes by, they get another team fight win, and, it's already last fight territory, after this one, Lemon. So, it's a bit of a tough situation to come back from, especially if you're taking into account momentum, in a lot of these situations where you kind of want to keep that energy flowing, make sure you guys get that synergy together and can keep kind of working towards that objective. But entering last fight territory now, it's not looking good for the side of the Vicious at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like these long pauses are really benefiting a team like Vicious. You've lost your 2 fights. You can take this whole time to talk about how you're going to approach that final fight, because usually in Control, you don't have time to think. You just go. You just W, you press Q, you hope. You don't have time to plan, discuss, and even go through feedback. Although everyone's pretty quiet on both sides, I think they know exactly what the game plan is. You hear from the coaches of Christopher and Commander how the coaches are training these players to have a specific style, to know what their role is, and the whole map round 1 of Control is about trying to do your role, but in a crazy way, because Control is kind of the craziest part of Overwatch. So I think even if you lose round 1 again, it's not a big deal. There's another one.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, it is, at least, on your original point too. I mean, there's some time for them to kind of work things out here. Maybe discuss what's going on, because obviously, as the desk talked about, there's a lot of synergy that they have to work on, these teams. A lot of that continuity needs to be built still for the import players and also the Saudi Arabian players. So there's a lot that they need to work on there. And then also, like you said, Control can be a little bit wild, right? I mean, at the moment, it does feel kind of like Goats-esque, where you're kind of just pushing in as a unit, really trying to get maximum value out of that Sigma, like you talked about earlier, just trying to get a lot of that frontline value and not splitting a lot of the times. But, like you said earlier as well, is about the pause. Maybe they can talk about some things, get right, get coordinated here. But yeah, the issue at the moment, I think, with the technical pause is a bit of a ping differential. And nobody likes playing on high ping, right? Nobody likes playing on 200 ping.
But you know what I do like is, imagine flying to another country to play Overwatch. Like, I know you've experienced this a lot, but I just think it's incredible, because usually Saudi eLeagues in the past, like, I've been hearing, whispers that European players have started to come on this side. And I remember, like, a couple of World Cup players actually played in the Saudi eLeague. And usually it was just like the European players where there's sort of a lack of opportunity there. A lot of the scouting has been towards North America and Korea. Europe has been more neglected, so they would take the Saudi eLeague as an extra opportunity to, get practice in and obviously showcase themselves. And now you're seeing, like, Korean and Chinese players, like, everyone is getting in on this opportunity. And some teams have made actually huge investments to bring some of the best. Like, you got Shy, you got Iris, you got Bernard, like, you name it. Some of the best Overwatch players are here.
I mean, as the Overwatch scene shapes up, the Saudi League's been definitely a mainstay. Like you said, in Europe, a lot of players coming over here. I mean, I think this season's definitely a good, like, kind of like test season a bit, right, Lemon? Where it's like, everybody's from the players that were from the outside looking, like, some of the best talent that is watching the Saudi E-League, seeing what's kind of going on. I'm sure they're going to be scouted and talked about even next season, right? Obviously, this one is a really big season for the likes of, even Twisted Minds to hopefully, for their sake, just kind of maintain that they're the best in the world. Obviously, with the World Cup, you have these talents kind of making their name on that world stage, obviously, with the likes of the Saudi Arabian World Cup team being, the champions. So coming into this, they want to maintain that. But obviously, there's talent from outside as well that is, like you said, they're looking at for the upcoming season potentially. But there is still that European talent that you talked about that was definitely a bit of a mainstay so far, obviously, with the likes of Hadi coming in now, as well as like Kelix and some of these other European talent. And even American talent with GK Esports, Lemon, with Landon coming in. He's their flex support. So there's definitely some, besides Europeans, there's a little bit of American talent here too.
It's a long flight for sure. And I think especially after the Overwatch World Cup, the fact that Saudi Arabia won, and it's not that it was against expectations. I think that was a very, very stacked World Cup with a lot of upsets. But there's a lot more eyes on Saudi Arabia and their talent that they're able to produce. I think even before the World Cup, you had people like Sir Majed and KSA who had their names known. But as a region, like, a lot of the scouting has come from, let's say, Korea, maybe China a little bit, with the issues of getting Overwatch over there. And then North America. America, maybe a bit more Europe, but now this is amazing for Saudi eLeague to come and showcase us who else is out there. And to play alongside some of the best players that already have that experience, if you can integrate yourself really well, then you can play up to that level and maybe, put your name forward to whatever happens next season and being able to compete at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, on that note you mentioned earlier too about the traveling, I kind of didn't answer it, but now I guess I can. Like, you're definitely right. Like, the travel definitely adds up a bit. Like, where at least in this situation, like going to the same arena every day, right? But imagine like if you're going to a different arena, every single week, maybe potentially traveling, into different cities in America and stuff. That could be very taxing. But at least in this situation, similar to years back in the Overwatch esports scene, going to the Burbank studio, a lot of that was just like go into the same place every week, and it's kind of you get a routine going on. And I imagine the players are kind of in a similar situation with that, just kind of like getting that routine, getting to this arena, playing in front of the crowd. You hear some of the chants from the people in the crowd as well. You got some fans of, I think it was Iris earlier was getting a few chants too. So,
oh yeah,
it is good to see, some of that talent kind of coordinate together. And, like you said, see some of that Saudi Arabian talent as well, get that stage presence.
I know Iris is one of my favorite players. I've been casting him since Contenders, and he's like bilingual too. He did a lot of work to learn English, be able to just be flexible to play with any team, and look at him now, like he's playing in the Saudi eLeague. And for you to talk about like the chanting and like all the crowd cheering, like that has a really positive effect on how people compete. It definitely gives you a lot of energy. It keeps you're obviously you focused on the game, but it's that extra hype. I think you'd be able to describe it better. So maybe you don't have to rely on trash talk or calling someone a feeder. And then you just kind of take the energy from the crowd.
Oh my God. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable, Lemon. Listen, it's been years. I'm washed up now with that. You had more experience with the crowd than I did recently with World Cup. That was insane, by the way. I mean, the Saudi Arabian team obviously winning that. Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun to be in that environment. And like you said, it definitely impacts you a bit, right? I mean, that crowd energy and levels can definitely, either be a negative or a positive. It depends on who's cheering for you. I know, obviously, with some of these, Chinese talents as well, they have a very, very passionate fan base that are, willing to go to such lengths of just, having very coordinated chants and stuff too. And, I'm sure in this situation, the players are kind of dealing with those, but also they're in like you see the boxes they're in, Lemon? I mean, it looks like they're in like a nice, little setup. I wish I got to compete in that. I never got to compete in like a cool little box thing there with like the glass windows and stuff, away from the peasants. You know what I'm saying? It's just like
the peasants. Like to have that.
It honestly seems pretty cool though. I like the setup they're in. Obviously, it's a cool situation to be in for these players.
Yeah, the whole box, though, probably gets warm and stinky in there. I don't want to know, but our players are going to be grabbing some fresh air until they fix the tech issues on stage. Thank you all so much for your patience. We'll see you after the break.
على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احمها مع كسبيرسكي الجديد.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احميها مع كسبيرسكي الجديد.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Saudi eLeague playoffs, and appreciate everyone's patience as we were dealing with stage issues. But I don't think we're getting a restart. I think we're just going to go right into that last fight.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the last fight happened about a millennia ago, but we're definitely ready for it. You know, let's see what happens in this last fight because, I mean, there's a lot on the line here, right? I mean, for that pause after to come back and, you know, if Rock can close it out here, you know, on this first round, that'd be huge for them. You know, obviously in this Mount River one that's taking a little bit, but you know, obviously we'll get into it in just a bit as soon as the players are ready to go. You know, Lemon, in that first fight though specifically, I mean, Rock they did look good with that Bastion comp. Are you liking it more than like that May Sojourn than what Vicious is running at the moment?
I like the Bastion, but it's just this how you take space and how you really play around the Bastion that's going to be making the difference. When the May wall comes up in your face, are you going to kind of panic and stay back, or are you going to break down that wall and march forward? And then you got to mark the Sojourn well. I think a Sojourn that's kind of kept in their place becomes sort of an invaluable Sojourn, or a not so valuable Sojourn. And the mechanics matter a lot too. At least there's more weight on the shoulders of a Sojourn player to really hit those shots. Bastion is spray and pray a little bit, but at least there are some changes in the patches coming up to make that a big difference. But speaking of those differences, for anyone who forgot how the compositions panned out in that first round, it was Rock going for the Bastion and Vicious, aka Proud, who rocked the Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good player overall. I watched him yesterday, obviously, in the past few days for the group stages, and you know he's been pretty consistent so far. Obviously, has been kind of neutralized so far, but anything can happen, right? Even if you get 100-0 on round one, you know, in Overwatch, you talked about it earlier, Lemon. It's like it gets pretty chaotic, right? Even if you lose that first round, you can still reverse sweep, still make it close. You know, people are better on certain rounds than other ones, obviously. You know, a map like Samoa, I feel like things are pretty close quarters, so everything's kind of samey, I would say, except the current map they're on, or current round they're on specifically. But with Samoa specifically, I guess it could stay kind of samey. But, you know, if you go to other maps like Busan the other day, right, the compositions can vary greatly depending on, you know, how far everybody is away. If Widowmaker is potentially a viable pick, we saw the likes of Vicious playing Widowmaker with Proud, so he has that in his pocket. But yeah, I mean, obviously on a map like Samoa, I think things are going to stay relatively the same. And like you said about that Sojourn, if you're shut down against that Bastion composition, I mean, like, what do you do at that point? It's like, do you try to mirror maybe at that point? Do you try to change it and kind of go with the other team, kind of play that Symmetra Bastion and bring it back to them, I guess? That's like a potential option.
Yeah, I know the analysts were talking about, or trying to set up what is Psycho going to do on Team Rock or Rock Esports, as maybe he's one of the best at least arguably the best player on that team, so you want him to be on a carry hero, where maybe the Sojourn is a bit best at that, because the biggest thing is the Sigma shield. As a Bastion, you don't really have the mobility or the time to really get around that. Then the Sigma can reposition, while the Sojourn can take more liberties around. And whether you want to be accompanied by a Lucio or a Kiriko, if you do double flex, or if you want to just rock out by yourself, that's where I think the carry really can shine, is on the Sojourn. But it all depends how it's enabled. But yeah, maybe we're reloading our first round, so that's why we're taking a few extra minutes here. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. You know, obviously with internet issues and stuff, anything could kind of happen. So, you know, I guess I could talk about as a player. I mean, it always kind of sucks having to deal with ping. I know personally, I don't like playing on. What's an acceptable ping to you? You think, Lemon, is what's like that ratio? We're getting kind of like in depth talk, but like 80 ping too much, 60 ping too much. What do you think?
I feel like I'm really privileged because I'm on West, and all of my friends are usually West, or I'll force everyone to be West. So I always play on like 30 ping. So anything like above that, and I start freaking out. Like I can play on 90, but it takes like a second. You know, if I have to play with my East friends, then it's 90. But I play heroes where that's like really
you're a ping
annoying,
princess.
like an Ana or like hit scan. Yeah, I'm ping princess.
Yeah. I mean, I feel that, honestly. It definitely is not fun to play on anything. I'd say probably above like 60 or 80. 80 is when it gets kind of crazy. But, you know, a lot of these players, a lot of these European players and Korean players too, I mean, they're used to playing, especially for tryouts, you know, especially for some of these pro teams. They were still in, I'm sure, in like Korea, wherever they're living, you know, playing with the Saudi Arabian players, you know, for tryouts. So that means that they're going to be on like really, really high latency, which if you're a viewer wondering what that is, it's just like you're playing on a delay, on an extreme delay. So you're like, whenever you shoot, it's just going to be landing super, super late. And you have to still display that you're a pro level player on that ping during those tryouts and stuff. So it's always hard to really prove you're, you know, at your best level. But I mean, a lot of these Korean talent are pretty proven. So
I feel like you have to be, I feel like being a true pro means being able to play at any ping. I'm sure, like, I don't know exactly all the technicals and internal stuff about the Overwatch League and what ping, whatever, but I'm sure, at least in contenders, like, you had to play on some crazy ping, especially if you were coming from, like, another country that maybe wasn't, like, native to all the players in the lobby and stuff, so... But then there's players like ML7 who literally make their streaming careers off of being able to play the hit scanner just on a mainly at like 200 ping and still be able to land stuff. Terrible. I think once you get used to it, it's fine.
Yeah, you're probably right. I guess like maybe it's an advantage once you get to that high ping. I guess just because it's so random. Like you get shot around a corner by a guy that's 200 ping. You're like, what just happened? He wasn't even on my screen, but on his screen he's like lagging around like a maniac. I don't know. I think it kind of favors people that are like projectile, because like that's what you're saying, right? Because like hit scan, it's a lot harder, right, to play on those high pings. This is a very specific topic. This is a very, very specific topic that's like, not talked about that much, but it does matter, and that's why it's such a, like you said earlier, it's a bit of a debate topic at the moment, because there was a team up 80%, right, going into this one. They had 80% on the board. You get the pause. What could influence everything. You have to restart things. So, we're still obviously deciding that within the lobby and stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious to see what'll happen coming up.
Yeah, there's no like stopwatch mechanic like other games have, where you can kind of set the game at a state that it was in the past. I don't know, tech stuff, but yeah, they will just be generating the point to go to 80%, which may put Rock at a disadvantage, considering they probably built up 80% worth of ultimates with all the, I guess the fights didn't really last that long. So I don't remember if they really had anything. I mean, Iris had a window, but so maybe Rock had a similar thing going on, but I don't know.
Yeah, they were, I think they're pretty close. They were pretty close in terms of ults. I think it was definitely even, but obviously you can't change the fact that 80% of the board for the ticks on the objective, I guess. But we're not the ones making that decision. You know, we're just here watching the games, having a grand old time, and the players are the ones that have to go through that stress, which is why I kind of retired a bit, Lemon. I think it's a bit stressful being one of these players, right? You know, a lot is on the line, a lot of prize pool on the line, so obviously you're not gonna just give up the 80% of the board. You're not gonna say, oh, we'll just go for the restart or whatever. It's not exactly, you know, fun to have to reset and start everything. But, you know, winning's fun, so whoever can come out on top will be happy.
Yeah, winning is very fun. I know I got to play one match on stage, and I channeled my inner dog man. I just went crazy. I was teabagging and everything. It was amazing. But there isn't a $100,000 USD prize pool the way that match had. Like that, you talked about the prize pool, and since we're the English broadcast, it might be more relevant to talk about the USD currency. But $100,000 with roughly 43K going to first place alone. So this is why ping matters. This is why we're taking the time to make sure the lobby is set up and everyone's happy and everything is as fair as it can be.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest tournament so far, you know, in the pro scene since, you know, everything's kind of transpired with the Overwatch pro scene. And especially leading into the likes of 2024, that prize pool does mean a lot to these players. You know, a lot of them are definitely, even still, I believe, supporting their families back at home and stuff. I know a lot of these Korean players, you know, it was either Pokpo, one of my teammates, or Erster, where he kind of made it into the Overwatch League and was, you know, sending a lot of his money back to his family. So it's a viable path for, you know, yeah, it is cool. It's a viable path for a lot of these players to kind of support their families without going to school for some of them, and just playing a video game all day, right? It seems like a lot of fun, but on the inside, these guys are putting in the hours, a lot of scrim hours, making sure they're at the top of their game, playing ranked. And you know, another factor too, Lemon. I mean, a lot of these players as well in esports don't. They have fatigue, like mental fatigue, but it's not like a traditional sport where like you can get tired physically. So, you know, a lot of these players, they do play a lot of hours, right? Because there's no, I guess you can kind of tell mentally if you're getting tired, you know, and stuff. But, you know, they play 16 hours a day, a lot of these guys, you know, making sure they're at the top of the game. So, you know, with that in mind, because they're putting so much time in, they really, really want to, you know, make sure they have that advantage, especially when you, like you said earlier, 43K on the line for first place, 100K total. There's a lot of money here. I don't know if we can overstate it as much as we can, but it really does matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, and also just for the inexperienced players, getting an opportunity to play with some of the best. And we know in the casting realm how important a good vouch is and good references. So when you play with really good players, then, you know, your name gets passed around, and I'm sure that's an easier way to get scouted. And for the experienced players, obviously getting top 4 puts you in the money. So that's a minimum of almost $11,000 for getting top 4 in an 6. I know math. 6 team bracket. There we go. So you only have to win one match or 2. Yeah. Yeah, basically. So yeah. And it's double eLeague good money. So. Yeah. No, it is good money, and you know, like you said, a lot of those references do kind of matter. That was why. I mean, I guess can we joke about the Overwatch teams, you know, of the past, Lemon? You think that's viable to mess about talking about the Vegas Eternal and you know, those kind of teams? Oh my god, it's my hometown or my home team. Oh sure. Yeah. Well, that's not your fault. You had a crappy team. You know, it's not like it's your choice. I know. Right? It is what it is. It is what at least you had one. Maybe I'm from Arizona. Year, they don't have a team. Another name change. Oh no. And maybe a better team will be put together. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I definitely, if I was a player trying out for the Vegas Eternal, I definitely would have not tried in those tryouts, because that was going to be a bad team no matter what, probably. Not that it's any relevant to today, but, you know, talking about, you know, you said you're talking about references stuff. It does matter if you win or lose, right? I mean, like, playing on a bad team for an extended period of time does hurt your reputation. Like, that can do bad for you if you don't do well. So that's like, obviously, a lot of these teams that were trying out for some of the Saudi teams, for the Saudi eLeague teams, they really want to make sure they're on a winning team before you even sign that contract, obviously. Okay, so just another report from our admins. We have a lobby reset that's causing another issue, so we're going to have to take another break. So thank you all so much for your patience, and we'll see you on the other side.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهزون للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احميها مع كسبيرسكي الجديد.
Hey everyone, once again, welcome back to the Saudi eLeague. We're still about to get into our first quarterfinal between Vicious and Rock. So we will be starting at the 81% mark on Samoa, and I'm excited to finally see some Overwatch. I've been waiting for so long, Dustin.
I know, yeah, it feels like we've been in the waiting room for a bit, but we're finally going to see it. You're right, we're back. And like you said, we're starting 81%. Rock in charge of the point at the moment. They were looking good last we seen them. It does feel like we entered the JoJo's arc for a bit there, right? It's the to be continued thing came up for a bit, right? We got like a little bit of a wait there, but we're finally going in, Lemon.
And what's interesting is that nobody's going to have any ultimates. See, a fair playing field. Before the pause, I believe it was 4 versus 4 ultimates, so no advantages lost besides, well, the momentum that maybe Rock had, but now it's 90%. They are protecting the point. Getting around there is I Love You, but the Sim TP being used there by Rock to kind of get around the situation. Bernard is just steamrolling, but here's Proud taking an off angle on that Sojourn, already having an impact. Picking off the Bat player is huge, but Iris and Facator both went down at the same time, so Rock continue to hold on to this point.
Yeah, I mean, they lost Iris early on in the fight, resulting in no healing besides just Yonko. Proud, as close to the overclock as he was there, couldn't pop it off. Rock going to win round number 1, 100-0.
That's quite a statement to make, and to not lose your handle on the game or any kind of coordination, and to deal with the panic of losing your BAP, which is your main source of healing, that early in a fight. I think that's really good composure out of Rock. Now we go to Volcano to settle if Vicious can send us into round 3 or not.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think the Bastion play, we talked about it earlier, was a bit more consistent for Rock Esports. Really, we're just able to consistently put out that damage. Might cause the likes of Vicious Esports to rethink their composition. It kind of looks like they're going to do that. Maybe hinting towards that May Symmetra to go alongside the Lucio Baptiste and Sigma. And we talked to Chris and Commander earlier. I mean, the Sigma composition really has just been a mainstay, especially on Control.
Yeah, so it's the Sim from Psycho and the Bastion. That is a lot of firepower from Rock. And Psycho can place that Sim TP behind, and if you get away from your Sigma shield, though, you put yourself in a bad spot. Great first pick by Proud, and Vicious are going to win their first fight.
Yeah, they won it pretty handily there. Off of a nice shot from Proud. Looked like they're sticking to the same composition, but looks like Rock Esports are coming right back in with that Bastion comp. They got everybody here with that TP. Really just set up for another engage, but they're going to be down in ultimates compared to Vicious.
Yeah, Rock are just trying to poke and prod away, but somehow they're losing that. Azuna's down first. The Melo behind is very good there from Lawyer, and Vicious are just going to chase away.
Yeah, Proud really making the Sojourn work at the moment. 2 opening picks for Vicious Esports in the Sojourn player of them at the moment. Looking more like that star Sojourn that Vicious Esports really needed.
See if Vicious can defend, and I think they have the advantage of doing so with that Mei. Lawyer's been so good with it. Now Azuna trying to just play around this, but the Blizzard from Lawyer right at their feet. Rock trying to protect themselves with the immortality, fire back with the amplification matrix, and this won't be a free fight for Vicious. Here's the strike coming down. Azuna getting some good damage in, 60% growing. Rock Esports pop the sound barrier, and that sustain may just be enough to tilt the fight in their favor.
Oh my god. No. And Proud just popped that overclock, thinking he could come back in that fight, but went down with it. I mean, that's a huge ultimate out of Vicious Esports' ultimate pool now, but they still have 71% of the board. Could not find the value out of Proud through kills with the Gravitic Flux from I Love You. Unfortunate for them, but they do have double support ultimates to counter Rock Esports in this fight.
Oh, here's the Mei wall to split up the fight, and Matrix from Facator, and they do try to step past it. Good sound barrier to counter the grab flux. and Rock have a lot of gap in the score to make up for, and they're going to play the sides of the point, so Vicious are going to meet them there. They're not going to walk into their trap, but someone like Proud can take an off angle and play at a distance. Good Maywall from Lawyer right behind Rock, and they're just suffering for it. They didn't know whether to stand behind Bernard or run away, and Psycho finds out the hard way. But Rock can still try to fire back. They got a lot of DPS thanks to that Bastion. Or it's just Proud taking over the lobby.
Yeah, I thought Rock played it nearly phenomenally there, but with their backline avoiding the shots from Proud, could potentially go for the railgun shots, but Proud still walked in, did a great job, just making sure Rock couldn't get any value out of that window. And now, Lemon, we're entering last fight territory.
Last fight, will Vicious force the round 3? No ults on either side, but if Vicious can make this fight last a little long, they would be able to win it all the way. And it's a good initiative from Lord to just find some isolation. He does head back, doesn't get punished. Rock step on the point, and Psycho is well protected by Bernard, but Psycho may go down. He manages to teleport out of the grab flux from I Love You, which only catches Bernard. But Bernard's that pillar to the team, and without him, there's nobody to protect vulnerable characters like Azuna and Psycho. So of course, Proud, it's just hunting season. I don't know what happened between round 1 and round 2, but Proud is online.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what you like to see is Vicious Esports, your star player popping off when he needs to, and especially in a very scrappy fight like that, right? You would think the Bastion in the Symmetra could get some value just through damage down range, a lot of that consistency that we talked about, but as long as that Sojourn has enough time to build up railgun shots, get towards that overclock, he should be able to get the value that he did. And for Vicious Esports, that's huge. Now going into that third round, maybe swings that momentum back into the way, Lemon. I mean, they needed that desperately, especially after round number 1 with all of the pauses, and then they eventually got 100 owed. Could put you in a bit of a mental dam, but they came back pretty strongly on Volcano to bring us to this round number 3.
Rock don't look like they want to change their composition that they lost at. I think losing Psycho early is definitely a big deal. So hopefully Psycho can learn to just play around Bernard. They got to sync up perfectly. Yes, Sim can produce a lot of DPS and a lot of good playmaking abilities, but only when synced with the rest of the team. So final round of Samoa in our upper quarterfinal. And already some aggressive moves by Vicious, who are just taking in a lot of damage as Rock has taken over the bridge. And Vicious wanted to fight for that, and they took a lot of damage in doing so. And as they ran away, it was too late. They already lost Iris and the rest of the team. Yeah, they're able to get a few picks of their own, but it should be Rock capping.
I mean, they kind of got split there. Rock now rotated back towards that objective, like you said, gonna get that point. Well, Vicious kind of reset back up a bit. Rock had some really nice TP plays there with Psycho, really just putting the pedal to the metal, making sure Vicious Esports could not find footing, disrupting Proud's huge at the moment.
Yeah, Proud's got to be the one you shut down, and Rock don't have an amazing answer, but there's the ice block already from Lawyer, and now the chase is on. Psycho wins that, and it's already a 5 versus 3 for Rock, who's just going to grow this lead even more.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Rock Esports really just making sure they're always playing at an angle that's a disadvantage for Vicious Esports, right? They can't really get an explosive intro without ultimates, and now Vicious Esports finally have those. Obviously, Facultator used his window in the previous fight. Now Vicious have theirs. They can go in with it on Iris' side.
Ooh, I like this angle from Iris, and well, Azuna was lucky enough to find that pillar just in time before the damage became too deadly. Now you got this sim wall right in the shelter of Vicious. And that's Psycho's wall too, so Vicious don't want to take the risk of walking past it. And what's next will be this Bastion ultimate. But of course, if Vicious can get close enough, the blizzard will be huge. And Bernard is found before the sound barrier from Gara can help them. And now this is just wasted. What a heads-up play from Vicious.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was just excellent cooldown usage. Yes, it cost them a lot of ultimates. That might be the bigger story at the end of the day, because Rock Esports are 80% have ultimates going in the next fight. although that was excellently played with the May wall, with the Blizzard immediately after the Kinetic Grasp was utilized from Bernard. However, at the end of the day, like I said earlier, Rock Esports, they've got some good ultimates to work with. Gravitic Flux and that Bastion ultimate's a perfect combination these days. It's all the hype.
Okay, close your eyes and hope for the best with this Flux. And I Love You is half held. Iris is low too. And Rock just took easing initiative. But Vicious know that Bernard's a big carry on that team, so they focused a lot of their ultimates there. And that's where Vicious were able to win their ultimates. But when Bernard's in charge, there's no putting him down. And Rock get back the point.
That's tough. I mean, so getting the flip at 80% now too. And look, Rock's going for an aggressive angle here temporarily, at least too. 90% now on the board. No ultimates. This is a really tough position for Vicious Esports. The only way I see they win this fight is from Proud getting a big railgun shot off, but he's already low and desperately needs healing from Iris.
Hey, Azuna just unleashing into the Sigma. I Love You's in trouble, and Iris says, I can't help you. You put yourself in a spot I can't heal. So Iris pops the window on top of the bridge to just lay down suppressing fire into Rock, but doesn't manage to get any picks. So Rock Esports will be taking map 1.
Amazing stuff from Rock Esports. Round number 1, obviously they got that 100-0. Then, obviously on Volcano, Vicious brought it back. But on round number 3, really they proved to be the better team. For the side of Vicious, I would have liked if, especially against the Bastion Sigma Gravitic Flux combination, if they played a bit more split. However, even getting your Sigma caught out obviously was just a bit too much to deal with, right? A lot of that health pool went down quickly. They used the Immortality Field early. And, at that point, with no ultimates to come back in, that was really the game-changing fight when it was about 80% on the board. It's really hard on control points, Lemon, to come back once that 80% is flipped. I feel like that's like a margin of error, especially when you're back on the attacking side. Having to come back into that point with no ults is just too big of a hill to climb, I think.
Yeah, and Vicious had some moments where they used ults just to buy time but not really get kills. I'm thinking about the photon barrier right at the house. That just halted them for a few seconds rather than giving themselves a fight advantage. It was more of a break time, a nap time. So Vicious were really good at defending, but I would like to see them try to bait in Rock a little bit more into situations where they could have the power position and they can have access to actually killing the players. But I don't think this is, like the analyst said, I still think this is going to be a really close match. Here are the replays of the rounds that you missed, where when Rock capped first, there was no removing them. It was 100-0. But when Vicious capped first, they did a good job of keeping up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just overall, like you said, Vicious, you hit the nail on the head. I think there's just a lot. It's very easy to play the defensive side, especially with that Sojourn. Okay, because you got to walk into those railgun shots, right? I mean, generally any composition will be easier on the defensive side, obviously. But, a lot of what Proud got done in the previous rounds was on that defensive side. But you said it, Lemon, on the attacking side, when they had to come in, they needed to invest so many ultimates to even enable Prod to get a few kills. And now we just got to wait for that map pick. Coming up, Rock Esports at the moment, though, Lemon, are looking like the better team. Obviously, things can go a bit different on other maps. Control is always a very mechanically skilled type of map. Obviously, in Overwatch 2, with 5 versus 5, things are a bit more streamlined. You need to be a bit more coordinated. Make sure you don't overlap or overuse in terms of ultimates. But we talked about it a bit with the analysts. It's definitely a bit of time to grow. These teams need a bit more time to grow potentially too, because some of them have only been playing together for a month, and that's not a lot of time at all, especially when you have to eventually go against a team like Twisted Minds, who've been playing together for so freaking long. It's a really hard hill to climb, and we'll see if these teams can kind of build that synergy as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, your reward for winning this match is playing Twisted Minds. Good luck. But getting closer to top 4 is the whole idea. Closer to the money. But at least the one weakness out of Rock, or maybe it was just that one point, was Volcano. The Sim, the Bastion, it's I felt like they didn't really know how to play those close quarters, and it was a difficult comp to try and pull that off. Sim, you want to cover a lot of ground, you want to move around, or if you do want to play that kind of death ball, you really got to protect Psycho if he's on that that sim. And I think dealing with the Mei was causing a lot of confusion in that plan. I think Lawyer on the other side of Vicious did a great job at splitting up Brock, finding isolations, and a lot of Vicious's focus fire was onto Bernard, as I mentioned in those last 2 rounds. If you get rid of the Sigma, especially someone as important as Bernard, who's probably a play caller, he's probably the one who's filling in the gaps, whether it's protecting Psycho or making a play call with the ults. Bernard's the one to watch out for, I think. And I think that's why he got signed last minute for the Houston Outlaws as one of the best Sigmas to have for playoffs.
Oh, yeah. Bernard, fantastic Sigma, and this team overall is looking amazing at the moment. But we have to go to a short break before the next map, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for map number 2.
Rock Esports are up in our series after taking Samoa against Vicious, but it went all the way to round 3. And despite the pauses, both these teams are just playing better and better, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% like both teams looking like they're continually waking up as the time goes on, obviously. Rock look like a stronger team, at least on control, right? Everything can be up in the air, especially depending on the map pick that is coming up in just a second, because, you know, obviously, depending on if it's control or escort, you know, certain teams are better at other things. You know, obviously, if I can, you know, recollect back on to the pro days, even I'm sure our analyst desk could talk about it later, but, you know, a lot of these map picks are decided based on, you know, win rates in practice and in scrims, and then also, you know, certain teams just have a preference of what they want to play in practice. Everybody has certain maps that they want to play. You know, obviously in our map pool, Midtown has been a very popular one. So that obviously is actually, in fact, the map pick coming up, which is going to be obviously Vicious Esports' choice. And, you know, a very popular map at the moment, Lemon. Midtown is really the map that everybody wants to play currently.
Yeah, and no substitutions. I know the analyst brought up the fact that Vicious are playing with 3 supports, so having a double flex option, especially on that bridge side near around point B, it's a very long route where poke is very important for at least the defense. And that double flex, when you don't need the Lucio speed, you can opt for Kiriko Bap or some variation of that, and that's where that becomes important. So without Vicious doing any substitutions, I'm wondering if that's still going to be the case, or do you just want to stick with the Lucio just for the quicker rotations and it's something you're more used to? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe we could see some sort of double flex play, like you said. I know the desk talked about how they like that Illari, I believe it's BAP combination. I mean, that duo between the vectors is very strong. But, you know, a lot of these teams are opting for just playing that Lucio speed kind of rush plays. It makes things, I guess, a bit more streamlined, a bit easier on everybody, because there's not like multitasking. You don't have micro fights kind of happening with the Illari flanks and the Sojourn flanks and stuff. I know Commander X talks about it a lot with having, you know, those 2 different micro fights kind of happening at the same time. But both teams, like I said, opting for that Lucio BAP. However, Vicious, you know, sticking to their guns. They're liking that Sojourn May combination a lot, whereas Rock on their offensive side sticking with the Bastion Symmetra.
Yeah, does Bernard stick on the Diva? This was his bread and butter back in the day, but maybe it's just trying to eat some damage as they come out of the spawn room doors. You never know if there's a Sojourn peeking. So good call from Bernard. Sim TP place from Psycho to move this offense. Decide to get control of the building next to the point, but that gets denied by Vicious, who are just stopping them. And Rock didn't have a good plan B. They just stood there and thought they could out-brawl, and that was a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Lawyer had a very nice May wall. The team was there to follow it up. Usually you don't see teams play that aggressive on Midtown first point, especially to go inside, so maybe Rock was caught off guard in that situation. But now they're maybe playing a little bit more passive because of it, waiting for that Symmetra TP location, or just to fake it, but no, all the way up on the inside and get the rotate all the way around. And now can decide either they go upstairs, out the top, take that angle, or they can come back around. Whatever they want to do, you know, it really depends on that Symmetra cooldown, waiting for that TP play, and they go all the way across the high ground, really just trying to confuse Vicious at the moment and shut out Proud, which they forced that slide away. That's a big cooldown used already.
Yeah, I think Rock are fine having Bernard just anchor the point, have Facator use the amp, and maybe if they want to teleport to get to these backliners where Proud is, that could be an idea. And with the pick coming out of Vicious, I think Rock got to start planning like there's going to be another fight happening, but they're just waiting for Bernard to use his flux, but that came out too Vicious, got behind and accessed the healers of Rock, who, well, didn't really plan accordingly.
No, yeah, I don't really like that out of Rock. Their plan, I guess, was to use their immortality field there, but I think they kind of, window there in that fight. But I feel like they kind of outthought themselves. They had a really good location they TP'd to originally, then TP'd again to force out Proud, but then kind of forgot about him. And now there's 2 minutes left on the clock, Lemon, and Vicious Esports still have ultimates to work with too, so they're going to be up in this fight. Already early Symmetra wall from Psycho.
Not the best wall I've ever seen either. Rock are gonna at least use the left side, giving Vicious access to Metro, but it all lines up for a huge flux. Bernard is just tearing them apart. Even waves goodbye while he misses a few orbs. Either way, Rock will be capping the point.
Yeah, I mean, I beg to differ there. Psycho got that wall off. They went in. Bernard hit that gravitic flux, and it looked like Iris's lamp also bounced off the train. Funnily enough, so the Immortality Code couldn't even save them. And now they're just kind of saving ultimates for the Streets phase. They got 6 ults here, but definitely could have used them to hold first point.
Yeah, that was looking pretty dire if that fight didn't work out for Rock, but how's Momentum gonna look when Lawyer is constantly harassing them? He's a Mei who's not afraid to take off angles and to go for plays when not really needed to or without really making a call to his team. Huge flux from I Love You gets Rock very low, but Vicious, they love taking these early fights, but Rock have been good at disengaging like they did on Samoa, but man, Azuna's just trapped in here, and the Mei wall from Lawyer assures at least that pick will go through. But 1 kill for 1 Blizzard, is that enough? Does that satisfy Vicious?
I don't think so. Yeah, maybe Vicious wants a little bit more. Obviously, Proud playing aggressive there. In that previous fight, I think, you know, Rock was a bit too predictable with their location there, but they were, oh my god, what a TP on the Proud early on, but they save him with a nice wall, and then it allowed Proud to come back with this Ant Matrix, giving them this 2 kill.
Proud is going crazy right now. He's clearly the carry on Vicious, and glad to see that. And everyone stayed warmed up in between the breaks too, so Rock find themselves back in spawn again.
Yeah, I like that support of Proud playing as aggressive as he is. Obviously, like you said, he's that carry player. You want to support him as much as you can. Allow Proud to kind of just play as he likes. Early ultimate used from Asuna. Too much space to kind of work with there for Vicious Esports, so they wait out that ultimate.
Bernard's ready with the flux. It's just going to hope to corral them as they're going up the stairs, but Vicious love to take the initiative, so they fire with the overclock. Sound barrier flux this time from Rock. That's going to be a lot of damage, but Vicious are going to hold their ground, and Proud barely jumps out with 11 HP. I don't know how he's alive, but he's back on the bridge, hoping to have some space to fire back, but Rock are just quite literally steamrolling them.
Yeah, they used that Ant Matrix towards the end with Vacator. And now, you know, they used a lot of ultimates in that fight. Minute 30 seconds in the Streets phase. Vicious Esports still have some coming back. And it's a very open spot, too. I'm not sure how Rock will deal with this. Maybe with enough damage output, they could stop Vicious before they're able to ult.
Oh, a few more meters to go. I Love You is that anchor this time on the defense. Has a flux of his own, but may not even need ultimates. Psycho is down early, and Azuna is just going to be the next threat, and that flux is all for him. And with those 2 gone, Rock just don't have a chance to cap this.
No. Yeah, too many ultimates to come back with, but they only used the gravitic flux. It seemed like Vicious Esports were just using the pressure of their ultimate advantage onto Rock, maybe resulting in Rock playing a bit too passive. And now Rock, you know, they didn't even build that many ultimates in the last fight, so they're still going to be at a disadvantage in this one. And Lemon, we're entering last fight territory. We got nearly 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh! How did that just happen, though? What a pick from Gara!
Yeah, well, we'll drop some trivia after this of maybe why that happened, but 20 seconds left. Rock, see if they can get on the point. They're going to go from the underside, and they could surprise Vicious, but Vicious can also collapse on top of them. Psycho, well, TP's very far away, but a huge accretion from I Love You hits Vacator, and the rest of Rock just fall over to ultimates. So this will not be getting any further and will not be capping B.
No, yeah, I mean, compared to Control, you definitely need to be a bit less telegraphed, I would say. You know, on these escort hybrid game types, because, you know, obviously if you're just like going for the same TP plays all the time, they kind of know where you're going. The map is so open too, so it's like obvious where you're coming from as well. And, you know, unfortunately for Rock, they weren't creative enough. They didn't do enough, you know, fake TP plays potentially to stop Vicious Esports there. You know, maybe it's easier on the defensive side as well. You know, moving over, they did get the cart relatively far on the Streets phase, so maybe Midtown has shifted to be that very defensible map. where, you know, obviously Rock on the defensive side will be able to play that Bastion Symmetra again. And I love that. Who's that in the middle? Is that I Love You? That's Frozen. Lemon, do you see that?
Yeah.
Just talking to the team. Or maybe he's just a statue talking to his teammates. He's just stuck like that forever.
He actually did a really good job against Bernard. Like, I'm thinking Bernard's like top 2, top 3 Sigmas in the world. And I Love You was making huge plays with the fluxes. He's the one who won them kind of the initial fight when they went in towards the point. Lawyer was making moves of his own when he got the Blizzard on top of Azuna right outside the point. And Rock kind of got hit when they were just trying to go up the bridge, and it was a struggle. So we'll see if Vicious can match that score and match the series.
Well, speaking about matching, Lemon, it looks like Asuna's onto that Sojourn too. I'm thinking that on Midtown, maybe that Sojourn Symmetra is better than running the Bastion Symmetra for them as they hold at this choke point.
Oh yeah, that Bernard shield, well actually I can't really tell which color it is, but I'm thinking Bernard shield's very low, hence why he has to kind of backtrack towards the staircase. But above him is Psycho, and even when that shield goes down, Vicious have to worry about the sim turrets that are going to be above them, so there's some chores to do as you're getting through this choke. And Azuna's in such a far back position. Just notice that Yonko sped past him there, so Azuna's going to counter rotate to where the respawn area is, and meanwhile Bernard's able to beat down Proud. How is he even in range of that? Rock thought they were maybe safe, or I guess Vicious thought they were safe to move forward, and Rock just collapsed on them.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a case of, you know, unfortunate communication or timing, because they just left Proud behind at the choke, and it seemed like they were kind of confused in that fight, whereas Rock, you know, obviously with the defensive position, just was able to sit, you know, eventually take Proud down towards that, like, bus side, so, or the bus station side, or on the left side was a newsstand or something. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously with the defensive positions they had, where Vicious Esports really were not able to get anything done on their push. And without the TP as well, without Symmetra here, it's really hard to get quickly and together.
Well, Vicious managed to get into the building right beside the point.
They're split again.
And somehow Rock have access to some stragglers back here, and it's Iris, Proud, and I Love You, so Vicious got split up somehow, and Rock are going to take a full advantage. We did applaud that Rock were just looked like a more defensive style team based on Samoa, and I'm believing that more and more.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a jerk here, but Vicious Esports looked terrible there. I mean, what were they doing? They just, like, left people behind it choke and had their Lucio May rotate all the way around. I don't know what Yonko's doing with his May over there on the flank while leaving their team behind at the choke. Definitely interesting in terms of the decision-making process for the likes of Vicious Esports.
Yeah, Lawyer likes to make those solo plays, and sometimes at a detriment, but this time he leaves the Blizzard right at the feet of Bernard, gets him frozen. Soundbearer and all the DPS ultimates from Rock to stop Vicious in their tracks. It's a 5v4 in favor of Rock, and they're just chasing all these isolated targets of Vicious. When Proud is on this off angle trying to overclock, Rock chase him down. Now you got Lawyer still stuck in mid, and well, Rock just had more ultimates. Expensive fight, but now they brought this down to only 1 minute.
I mean, Vicious is just panicking at this point. They just used 3 ultimates in that last fight. Resulted in nothing. They were all hero plays from both Iris, Proud, and Iris, Proud, and Lawyer. And now Rock, I mean, they don't have the ultimate advantage like you said. So maybe Vicious could do something here, but they're really fixated on making sure they get this rotate off first.
It's just a game of cat and mouse, and Rock is on the chase.
No way!
They get hit with the flux, and wow, Bernard's the one who hits them. Kind of caught Vicious in the laundry room as they're all grouped up. That was a huge play from Bernard.
Yeah, I mean, Yonko used the beat drop, but I Love You went too high up around that, like, that geometry there. It was just so tough for Yonko and the likes of Vicious Esports, who were trying to save I Love You, but simply could not. Lawyer! That's a huge pick, though, with 5 seconds left.
Okay, 5v4, you got a flux that hits, I think, Facator, and you need the extra damage to get the kill, and that flux was only to buy them a tick. Now respawns are going to be coming back soon for Rock, but they want to stagger out that second take, so that might have costed Rock more than they would have hoped for, and Vicious will full cap at the last second.
I mean, this is just messy from both teams at the moment, both Vicious Esports and Rock Esports, right? Kind of just relying on those opening picks, especially for Vicious Esports, who really couldn't figure out a good strategy. So they just said, screw it, just Lawyer, get the first kill, get that opening pick for us. And in this situation, it worked out while they're leaving Yonko towards that payload.
Now that box of victory is just short of point B. And with the Symmetra, this attack of Vicious can access the bridge so much. And, well, Rock were just trying to run after their backline, so their positions are kind of swapped right now. But Vicious won't be able to run away with the cart, and Psycho's getting charged up. Bernard by his side. They just melt I Love You, and the help for Vicious there just didn't come in time. So Rock took care of the two most important players on Vicious and managed to halt any momentum they had.
And some ultimates still available. Both Baptiste using their ultimates as well. Psycho also committed that Symmetra wall in the previous fight, kind of allowed them that extra space to work with. However, spawns are semi-close for Vicious, so Rock kind of wants to hold this high ground. It's a very advantageous position to set up above, especially with this overclock.
Ooh, as soon as it gets rocked off his high ground, though, and the overclock only manages to put fear into Rock's eyes and else, or I should say Vicious's eyes. Either way, Vicious are ready to set up the teleport play. They get access to the bridge. They're looking for targets. Rock might have already disengaged, and if anything, Vicious walked into the Bernard Flux, which gets Vicious very low. They decide to drop off because how could you ever take this fight without Iris? Vicious seems to think it's possible with the Blizzard and the Photon Barrier, but this is just an all-out war, and Vicious are somehow just clutching up.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they just keep doing it off the back of Yonko. 2K in that fight pretty much went off the solo Lucio. Also, the beat drop was used by Gara, and they're not even at the fight win, whereas Yonko's still holding on to him. Yonko's looking really good. Oh, I just jinxed it. I just jinxed it so bad, bro. Oh my god, I got picked off. 10 seconds left now. Double support ultimates, but they're down Yonko in this fight.
Just gonna have to get this card as far as possible, so it's just kind of a one-fight territory scenario where Rock are lining up right in front of the payload to use the Amp Matrix. That is pretty awful. It's right, or that might have been Iris's. Okay, that might explain why it was so far forward. Either way, Proud is just slipping around the corner. Psycho thinks he could take the 1v1. And yeah, this is Rock just barely holding on. They have the immortality to rely on, but the Photon Barrier is just not much better. And this is used by Psycho, so the defense have a huge advantage here. And Vicious are in overtime. They can't afford to give this up, or else Rock are going to go to match point. But there's just no stopping Psycho. It's in his name. And Rock Esports lead the series 2-0.
I mean, just looked super good at the end there. Psycho towards that payload. Able to get high charge. Just kind of melt everybody down. Solid on the defensive side. Vicious, unfortunately, right, it was too hard for them on the attacking side to really get a lot of work done. But Rock are looking good. I mean, Midtown was a bit shaky for them, but it, ended up being a bit shakier for the likes of Vicious. It was super close though, right? I mean, it's looking better for the likes of Vicious compared to map number 1, I would say, Lemon, where, things were not looking very good for them on the maps they did lose. Whereas on this one, I guess like the biggest takeaway is first point took him a bit too long, right? I mean, that took him like it was like 3.5 minutes to capture point A. And by that point, when you're going to street space, it's still going to favor that defense and eventually result in, you're working against the clock there in that situation.
Yeah, this has been a really fun Sigma matchup to watch between I Love You and Bernard, where I thought there would be like this big experience gap, just with, Bernard is just out of this world. And the I Love You was able to keep up and do fairly well. I think Vicious just lost out on time, unfortunately, when it took them until OT to cap the point. And it was off of rotations. You pointed out that it looked messy. Usually when a Lucio's escorting someone around, it's a DPS with a bit more firepower than a Mei, for example. It'd be a Sojourner, a Soldier, or really just anyone. A Mei's usually used in tandem with a tank player to aid him in the tank battle. And I think once Rock realized that Lawyer and Yonk gone, they were constantly taking backline fights. That's all I cared about, was jumping at Vicious's backline whenever they would teleport or find themselves disorganized.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing I'm worried about for, honestly, both teams at this point. But, you know, maybe to touch on Vicious Esports a bit more, it's that coordination. It's that kind of, you know, overall cohesiveness as a unit that you really want to see a bit more. But it's, you know, a lot of it is infrastructure, right? I mean, neither of these teams really have that infrastructure that the likes of Twisted Minds have. Really, the only thing that brings a lot of that stability, a lot of the infrastructure is just top-end superior talent that can kind of bring that veterancy to your teams. You mentioned Bernard being one of those best Sigma players. He is a super good mechanical Sigma player, but at the end of the day, if you can't relay to your team what to do, or if your team is not really that excellent at learning or picking up things on the fly, it's going to be super hard to build that infrastructure, which is where, you know, a super good coach would come in, or like I said earlier, maybe one of those top end talent can kind of relay those things, because there's a lot of catching up that both of these teams need to do to be at the top. Whereas Rock still looks solid, right? I mean, they still have the 2-0 lead. They, as a team, are looking consistent at points, so they have that foundation they can kind of work on and build off of. But if I'm looking at the likes of Vicious, if I'm seeing Iris kind of go for these hero plays, or even their team in general go for these hero plays, I think I'm a little bit worried, because usually those type of plays are what coaches tell you not to do, right? It's just to play together, play as a unit, make sure you have that consistency. And the moment you start trying to go for hero plays with your ultimates is the moment that you're like, okay, maybe as a team we're not that good.
Yeah, when you're successful, you're a playmaker, and if you mess up, you're a feeder. You're in one of those two buckets. And I did tend to appreciate Vicious's kind of aggressiveness on the defense, the way that just Rock would try to get out of the point, you know, that initial archway. Just Vicious were there, not even letting them go through, but then they were getting very middling sort of value with their ultimates. Think about a Blizzard for 1 kill, or they would teleport, use a photon barrier, no one's really there. Rock had disengaged from the fight, and then you could give credit to Rock for how they're able to give up space and let Vicious throw everything at them, and Rock deal with that pressure well. And Vicious panicking, using all those ultimates when they didn't have Iris in that fight for bridge. They used like 3 or 4 ultimates, including both their DPS ultimates, and they were able to get some kills, but they still needed a full reset to go for that last push, and then they didn't have ults to finish. So that's unfortunate for Vicious.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, we'll have to see if they can come back. They still have a chance. It is a 1-3 after all, but we have to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for that mat number 3.
It's match point for Rock Esports after a grueling last fight, which honestly could have gone either way, but Vicious just didn't have the ults in the end, so we go to potentially our final map with Rock up 2-0. Mm-hmm.
Well, my apologies. I was going on an entire tirade in rant, but I muted myself. It was amazing. I'm glad the broadcast got to experience my deafness. Regardless, to summarize, TLDR, basically, Rock did good, Vicious did good, but then Rock did better. Okay, that's the expert analysis from me.
Very wow.
I apologize for that. But yeah, like I think that overall, Rock did pretty solid on their attacking side. It does hurt Vicious a lot though, yeah, because on Midtown they did really good on the defensive side and then just blundered it on their attack.
And we'll find out what the map choice is. It'll be coming from Vicious any second now, where pretty much everyone chooses Midtown as the second one. But now we have Flashpoint, and there's only 2 choices there, so Suravasa will be up next. And we're going to see the return of those Lucio players being really impactful once again. And you pointed out how you didn't love Vicious's rotations at some point on their attacks, and Flashpoint is all about those rotations.
Yep. Yeah, Flashpoint is about those rotations, and you know, it's just basically control, but just like huge control, right? It's a lot of walking. The points, you know, really are decided on like 1 or 2 fights, and you know, because the fights are so important, Lemon, a lot of teams will talk about, and people in the community will talk about, you know, it's really important to just make sure you have the advantageous position just to win the team fight, right? You even will at times give up some objective time just to make sure that you get that team fight win, because especially on a map like Suravasa, it's such a big map where walking back from spawn will take, you know, a long time. Even if you have those closer spawns to the objective, it still can result in a very hard fight to win, right? A lot of these team fights are going to be super important going into this on this Flashpoint map.
And this is where we've seen pretty much any DPS when it comes to Suravasa. We've seen your Mei Sin, we've seen Sim Bastion, we've seen the Sojourns. So at this point, it's all about that team preference, where Vicious have been rocking proud on Sojourn this whole time. Rock are the ones who have made some adjustments using their own Sojourn, mostly the Mei Bastion to some Sim Bastion. So for now, it's been a lot more Sim Bastion from them as of late. So that'll give them 2 options of mobility with the teleporter and the speed. And getting established on that first point is really important. But how do they dodge the Mei walls from Lawyer and at least be more aware of his presence? Because when he is marked well, I don't think Lawyer can get away with his shenanigans.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if they set up Lawyer for success, then I can see Vicious Esports playing a bit better on this first Flashpoint round, whereas meanwhile Rock Esports, like I said, rocking with that Bastion. Symmetra again, Psycho gets chunked early, but they do have that advantageous position right now, kind of stuffing Vicious Esports at this choke.
So far so good for Rock. They can defend this, and this is where a Mei would have helped Vicious if they were defending, but they're just trying to protect themselves and run away as Rock have someone backcapping there, and Rock get to move forward and get as many kills as they want, and Vicious can't even get away because Psycho's TPing people on top of them. And the cap actually went through for Vicious and not Rock. It was somebody came back here and it was Proud. Now that he's dealt with, Rock actually have the point this time.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a miscommunication or just like an overall ideology kind of difference between their team, because they had Proud go for that flank, but they still left members behind. And this is what we're talking about with teams prioritizing winning the fight over the objective. Vicious Esports and Proud sent them to the point. Meanwhile, got the rest of the team ran on, and, you know, you lost the fight because of it. So now they have to come back and, you know, 50% on the board. Rocker building up a solid lead.
This is a solid lead. You don't have any ultimates. Okay, the Ant Matrix just came up there from Picator, and this is the perfect lane to pop it. Do Vicious see it coming? They pop their own Ant Matrix, and I Love You's just trying to grasp away from the fight, but what a grenade from Azuna. as Rock, this could be the whole point fully capped if Vicious keep getting staggered.
That's why I'm sure the desk will talk about it with the Bastion being very consistent. Now 85% of the board is like pretty much 2 fights that we're talking about. I mean, it's already 90% on the board. I don't really see Vicious coming back in for this objective. Maybe they'll set up for the next one, build up some ultimates, but Rock Esports, I mean, they won that fight with just an Ant Matrix and also got Irises out as well.
Well, point one goes to Rock, and you're feeling very stressed if you're Vicious when it's already series match point and you gotta play from behind. But it's maybe just lost positionally because of the Sim and Lucio getting Rock in position earlier, but Vicious have the ultimates. See, use them in time. No, it's Rock using the Flux, and Vicious were already low. You got also the artillery strike hitting them. Rock are not even gonna let Vicious think of a plan.
Proud slid back into that Gravitic Flux Lemon. He used his cooldown just to get caught. So the edge of it too, that was insane. They've got some ultimates at least going in the next fight, but Rock Esports able to get the first cap now and try to take that 2-0 lead.
Good start, Rock. Usually it's Vicious who are very aggressive and forthcoming with their ultimates, but now they have pretty much all of them stacked. So surely this is a fight for Vicious. And I wonder if just the initiative that they took before is now they're hesitating and they really want to make sure they make the right decision. And of course the right decision is putting Proud on the field. He finds the first pick and there's no sound barrier for this Flux. So that damage is pretty permanent. But Rock seemed to be back at full health thanks to Ficator. But now that I Love You steps around the corner, is bullying everyone, well, Rock don't have a leg to stand on anymore.
I'm not sure about that beat from Yonko. I think they were winning the fight regardless. Maybe, I guess, with the Ant Matrix and Psycho coming to the Smithra Wall, it does make it a bit more even in that regard. But Beat Drop is a very important ultimate leading in the next fight. At least Rock, you know, don't have any aggressive ultimates to use for it, so it's fine at the end of the day. And they've got some good time on the board, whereas Rock only at 65% here looks solid. But no! Asuna got the opening pick onto Lawyer. That's awful. He was too aggressive.
And that's what bites Vicious in the end. But the overclock from Prabe can find the finishing kill, or at least a trading kill. But with the Gara's sound barrier, that just made it impossible. And if there is a carry sword, I totally agree with using a sound barrier against that. You just don't, you want to guarantee the fight. And now Rock are one fight away from taking the second point.
It looks like they're going to do it. I mean, in that situation, that's why you would like Yonko to have the beat for that fight at least, so you can press the panic button and win that fight outright. But now Bernard's going to have that Gravitic Flux against Vicious Esports. They also just capped this flashpoint to bring us to the very last one for them. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep now for Vicious Esports on Flashpoint if they want to win this series and the map.
Reverse sweep on Flashpoint, reverse sweep in the series. Like, rough. It's rough out here, but Vicious, I'm sure once they're in the lower bracket, maybe they can kind of figure out their decision making. But Asuna's just a sniper with these grenades, and that's just not the way that Vicious wanted to start this. They were trying to figure out a teleport plan, and they still want to at least be competitive to not let this cap go for free. But now that Rocker's set up, maybe Vicious can push in now once Asuna's out of that turret form. But Rocker also setting up their own turrets with these, thanks to Psycho. But that's a good blizzard from Lawyer. Bernard's in trouble, but the Immortality's around the corner and Vicious couldn't shoot it because of that. Great just awareness from Ficator. Vicious made that look really close, and Proud being on the sim now is giving them a chance. The Bernard Flux, I think, missed there. Either way, he's brawling. It's tooth and nail. This fight is so close, but Ficator now with that double kill should be enough to win Rock the fight.
I mean, this is awful for Vicious Esports now. I mean, Iris getting staggered here off the backside, has to deal with Lucio Sig, got delayed, last fight territory now. They committed the Blizzard, they committed, well, they swapped Proud over to Bastion now. Iris also used that window, and Rock Esports still have that ultimate advantage leading into this fight as well. I don't know how Vicious Esports do this unless I Love You hits an insane Gravitic Flux with Rock Esports caught out, but Rock are so consistent, playing as a unit, just playing back, ready to support each other and play around the corner of the Gravitic Flux.
This will be the last fight that Vicious will see. If they don't win it, and it comes down to the Flux, okay, you lift Bernard, And Gara doesn't have sound barrier yet, but Bernard doesn't seem to challenge Vicious. Still have to deal with Pinball from Psycho, which of course is a different color, but Rock now only have the Flux, and all of this damage from Vicious is onto so many different bodies, they never even got a kill. So Rock Esports will take the full sweep and move on to the semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, huge win for them. Rock Esports 3-0 over the Vicious, and, you know, for the Vicious, that means that'll send them back down into the lower bracket quarterfinals. So they really have some soul searching to do down below. Meanwhile, for Rock Esports, Lemon, you talked about it earlier. Congrats, you won, you beat the Vicious, but now you're going to be up against Twisted Minds in that upper bracket semis. And that's going to be a tough task to ask. They're going to have to do, you know, a lot of improving potential leading up to that game. They look good versus the Vicious today, but, you know, maybe we'll have to see how they do later on in that upper bracket. They do have some room to work with potentially. You know, going down to that lower brackets could give them some time to kind of work together, get that synergy. But they look good. You know, Rock Esports at points, especially on Flashpoint, I think that's the best they look, Lemon. I mean, they have really smooth rotations, perfect ultimate usage, played around the Vicious's ult cycles. I mean, they did really good tracking what they were going to do, making sure they were going to get, you know, really good fight wins. And now we just get to see some good sportsmanship out of both teams. And at the end of the day, Rock Esports will be moving along.
Yeah, I wonder if Vicious just got a bit mentally boomed. Like, you got a few, like, stray Bastion grenades thrown your way to kill your fight. Then Rock are just chasing you with the Sim TPs. It was rough for Vicious to just stabilize it all. And I think it just came down to mental and really the first pick potential that Rock had. I think Vicious gave it their all on the last point, had some good May walls, some good blizzards from Lawyer, but once Rock picked up the fact that Bernard was the target of all of that focus, that he, all the resource attention went to Bernard as well, and then he was able to survive a lot more of that pressure than he usually had at the start of the series. But yeah, I think Vicious have still great potential to make it through this lower bracket if they just fix a couple of things.
They could, yeah. I mean, it's a tough task for them, but they could definitely do it. You're right. I mean, they got the star talent. They have Iris. They've got some good players on their team, and they've proven it in the group stages. Obviously, to make it to this point is huge. But, you know, that does beg the question that our desk brought up earlier, which I'm sure they're going to talk about. You know, was the likes of Group B a little bit weaker than Group A? Because Rock Esports, obviously, they got that third seed, came out and just straight up 3-0'd Vicious, who were supposed to be the second seed of Group B. So that could result in some shakeups. Maybe Group A was the group of death, and it was just a really hard group for even the likes of Castle Black to make it out, because unfortunately they got sent home after the group stages with that 0-3. But they look good at points too. So, you know, it does stink for the likes of Castle Blacks. Meanwhile, for Group A, a lot of those teams are looking strong, and I'd be worried if I was any of the teams in Group B, especially with Fog Esports coming up against F16.
I'm worried about Rock having to face Twisted Minds in the next match, so that's going to be tough. And your trivia that I wanted to mention when we had the funny haha about Gara versus Proud, I guess that during one of the tech pauses they were having a Widow 1v1, and somehow Gara was winning, and he's the Lucio player, and Proud was the Sojourn. But Proud ended up getting the last laugh, I think, in the match itself.
Well, kind of. I mean, he did lose though, Lemon. He did
lose, but he looked good. Like, he looked mechanical.
He did look good at points. You're right. But you know, also like Gara looked really good. Sorry, I was gonna say Gara. Gara looked really good though too, right? Yeah. I mean, the Lucio was having pop off moments. So you talked about it. Rock Esports are looking super good at the moment. Got that 3-0 win. I like that trivia. Maybe Gara is gonna swap over to DPS for one of these games. Maybe, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe if they're down 0-2 to Twisted Minds, something fun like that.
I think Lucios are just secret mechanical demons. Like, I never, as a support player, I don't touch Lucio because the Cheerios are too hard to hit. But turns out they're apparently just as good as Widow players. I don't know, but Rock are gonna have to put it all on the table facing Twisted Minds. Like, that is probably the favorite team to win. Now they've added Hottie, and I mean KSA was already fantastic. I mean, he won the Overwatch World Cup, so yeah. But then you add Hottie into the mix. Calix, I think he was coaching some. I think he was coaching them
the
at
Saudi
the World
Arabian
Cup.
World Cup team. Yeah.
So he knows the game and can play the game. So Twisted Minds are looking very, very stacked.
They are. They are. I mean, it's gonna be the tough task to beat them. We'll have to see if anybody could do it. Obviously for F16, we get to see them coming up in a second. They did get that second seed, only losing to Twisted Minds in 3-0 fashion, but they still were the only team to get that second seed in Group A. We'll have to see, obviously, how Geek is as well later on. When they get to play, both teams get that bye moving on because they got the 3-0 in the group stages. That's how they get to move on without having to play in this quarterfinals. And, for the likes of F16, they got to feel solid about that. I mean, their third seed in this group, Rock Esports, who they beat, did not actually look pretty good compared to the likes of Vicious Esports, who were the second seed in Group B. And meanwhile, for F16, they got to go against Fog Esports, which were obviously in the other group. So we'll have to see how that comes up for them later on. But like you said, Rock Esports look really good at the moment. I'm curious to see what our desk has to say. Also, we'll have an interview in just a second too, Lemon. I mean, that's exciting to see who will be potentially talking for the likes of Rock Esports as well. But a really great game from them, especially coming in with, not as much practice as potentially the likes of Twisted Minds have.
And you brought up F16 earlier. I'm just wondering how consistent they're going to be, because I'm looking at their group stage and they had like a weird game 5 against Castle Black. So who knows if that's like a tech thing that happened, because Castle Black went 0-3 and their only 2 map wins were against F16. So
yeah,
we'll see if that was just a tech thing. We're gonna have F16 versus Fog Esports play next, and we're just on standby for an interview shortly on the stage, because that's the beauty of LAN. We get to see our players compete in person. We got a crowd that's cheering them on, and we get to hear from them. So let's go check in with that interview.
المباراة الأولى لهذا اليوم اللي كانت لفريق روك اي سبورت بنتيجة 3-0. يا ساتر يا الحماس يا برا.
You are absolutely right, Wedgie. Ladies and gentlemen, what a match with Rock Esports taking the win for 3-0. As we have with us right now is Gara, and we would like to know, how do you feel winning the first match?
أكيد لازم نسألك مثل ما سأل أخوي براء، لازم نعرف عن شعوركم بعد ما فزتوا، وحاب أقول لك ألف مبروك.
الله يبارك فيك. أول شيء شعور جميل بالذات بعد الخسارة أمس، خسارة قاسية، فدخلنا اليوم منتل جديد بعد التدريبات بالضبط، فزي ما تشوف.
يا عيني الحماس، يا عيني الحماس.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to tell you what just happened here with Gara from Rock Esports. So, it's a lot of preparations. He feels proud, he feels happy, and he feels contained. As you can see, the confidence is vibrating out of his eyes right now to people to watch over the world. And now to the second question. 3-0. How did that happen?
نفس السؤال، يعني أول مباراة في الربع النهائي كيف قدرتوا تفوزون 3-0؟ على نتوقع أن المستوى بيكون مختلف 180 درجة، كيف قدرتوا تفوزون 3-0؟
لا طبعا بالذات ما قلت لك بعد التدريبات حقت أمس تدريبات قاسية، بالذات أن الخصم اليوم ما كان مرة.
There you go, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Simply, he went through some intense training, and that really paid off in today's match. What about our third question for this interview?
أنا صراحة هذا السؤال وترني أنا، فما بالك بروكي سبورت.
بالضبط.
تجهيزاتكم للمباراة الجاية اللي بتكون في النصف النهائي ضد فريق تويستد مايند، كيف بتكون؟
إن شاء الله التجهيزات بتكون كويسة، بالذات يعني ثالث مرة أقولها الحين، إن بعد خسارة F16 بعد خسارة تويستد مايندز دخلنا بمنتل جديد، وإن شاء الله نعوض إن شاء الله يعني.
بإذن الله. لكن قبل أن نودعك، حاب تقول أي كلمة للمشاهدين أو الحضور أيا كان؟
يعطيكم العافية وانتظرونا إن شاء الله.
بإذن الله.
بإذن الله. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard it right now, taking place right here at Saudi eLeague. They're ready for their next match against Twisted Minds. What's gonna happen? It's definitely gonna be a hype and a pinnacle of an Overwatch 2 place taking place right here at Saudi eLeague. وجيه شو اللي بيصير الحين؟
صراحة بتكون في سيناريوهات ما أتوقع أن بنتوقعها، لأن اللاعبين والفرق مجهزين لنا أشياء تصدمنا صراحة. أما الآن أعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نرجع للاستديو وبعدها نتجهز للمباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to our amazing talents at the studio, and we'll see what's going to happen after that. Fire it up! Let's go!
Thank you very much to Bara and Wajia. We're back on the analysis desk, brought to you by STC Plays. And a free O, Chris. No big deal for ROC on the face of it. I see your lips moving, Chris, but I'm not getting the audio. I'm sure it was very wise.
Yeah, I made a really funny
insightful.
joke, and I wondered why you weren't laughing, but it all makes sense now. As I was saying, they looked solid. Not quite sure if they were rock solid, but they were solid nonetheless. See, that was the reaction I was looking for. Yeah, I felt like the series was close up until it wasn't. I feel like map one, obviously, we had quite a lot of tech pauses, and there was maybe a few excuses, and the map was overall close. Then Vicious had a brilliant defense, and it really looked like that was their map to win. A few problems, well, a lot of problems on that first point attack, and then once they lost from that position, it didn't look close for the rest of the series.
Once we got to Suravasa, it really did seem like the gap just started to get a lot bigger. Suddenly we see a lot more individual mistakes, maybe an unnecessary beat, poor deaths before the fight, and it really starts to snowball away from them. But overall, it's really not the end of the world, I feel, for Vicious. I think one of the main problems they had, as we look at some of the highlights here, is dealing with this Sim Bastion version of the Sigma comp that came out from Rock Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I was to highlight one strategical problem, I think you were right. There was a few beats where the fight looked already won and we used it, and I think that I was trying to count. I think there was only 4 mails that we got across that entire series, which we probably want to increase that number as much as possible because that is the primary ult in terms of this meta. But I think the primary strategical issue was a lot of the way that Vicious would try to retake this, they would send Lucio and May on a flank or Lucio and Sojourn on a flank. It's one of these classic split push retakes. And what Rock were very, very good at, and I think this is definitely good because they have the same, was they were able to pick a side, often the side where the Lucio wasn't, and just run it down. We saw maybe the first 3 fights on Midtown defense where someone was split away from the Lucio, boom, we just speed in, TP onto it, kill it. And I feel like that's one of the issues where to be able to play this split push style, communication is so important. And maybe if we have a roster where everyone isn't fluent in English and there's a few other issues, that's what those problems start to be highlighted. So I think that the idea of the retake on the split push is good, but if we're split pushing, we have to have our Sojourn BAP ready to play safe because it's inevitable that teams, especially if they play Symmetra, are going to try and push in down the other flank and try and kill us like that.
Exactly. It's really important, especially when the Midtown first is the best example, right? When Vicious were trying to attack and it was this big Mei Lucio flank. It's a particularly long flank, so you have to be super careful with your main group. And to Rock's credit, it's all about reading the enemy's team's movement. You see it's too long, make the decision, be decisive, be quick, and you'll find value. Whereas if I compare it to Vicious, they need to do the same thing. Which way are they trying to push into us? Do we need to give space on one side, take space more quickly on the other? And we didn't really see Vicious find that. Ultimately, the way they ended up capping at Midtown was Lawyer just found a nice pick kind of out of nowhere, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, I think they absolutely should have been full held on their attack. I think you're right. I think that one thing we were saying when we were watching it is we were quite impressed with I Love You's, like the way that it was keeping up with Bernard. But it felt like the second it was that Midtown defense, all of a sudden Bernard's decision making in terms of, okay, I'm going to keep pushing this side. You saw numerous picks onto Sojourn into a brilliant flux in the room. You start to see that maybe that's where the gap started to increase more and more. I think I Love You could be really pleased with his performance actually, because I think that you're playing against an Overwatch League grand finalist, and I think for the first 2/3 of that series you made it look very competitive. I think that Psycho overall got some pretty good value with some of the TPs and some of the pushes. I think he definitely needs to be careful with his base positioning in a lot of these neutral fights, especially against May, because he was dying a lot. But I think in terms of his understanding of the tempo of how to play against this split push style, it was really solid.
I think, yeah, we really saw that on Volcano, particularly right at the start, all the way back on Samoa, where it was the Sim Bastion comp from Rock coming out. And normally how these trades go in the Sigma Mirror is if you're a team with a Mei, you're going to try and wall the Sigma, you're going to try and speed into him, you're going to try and hit him with a Rock to cancel his Matrix, and then you've got a really great kill timing on that guy. But with no Mei back, it's a little bit dangerous for Burner. But what they were doing quite well is Burner was playing to get solo walled where he could. The Bastion would use his form to break the wall really quickly. They can never kill Burner in time because he gets his Matrix off, and then they're able to repush back. The problem we had on Samoa Volcano is Psycho was too close to Burner, so he was getting walled as well. So Burner has a lot of ways to live in these situations. The Sim really doesn't have any defensive abilities, so if she gets caught, she just dies there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if we look at it, the May value, the walls, it wasn't enough. The ults, it wasn't enough. And if we're going to play the May version, that's where we're going to have to win the series, I think.
It's interesting as well because a lot of teams have really been leaning towards the May composition across the board in this tournament. So to see Rock come out with a slight little twist and a slight variation of the meta, it gives all the teams they're going to face a new problem to solve. Obviously, they've got to try and solve it. It's Twisted Minds who have to try and solve it. So it's an uphill battle. But maybe something like this is exactly the kind of thing you need when you're taking on a team with a bit more star potential favourites for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it'll be an interesting game tomorrow. I think we're now ready to show our MVP by Gidia. I'm interested to see who it'll be. It is Psycho. Yeah, so I think Psycho is another one who I think his impact definitely grew throughout the series. I think looked a little bit shaky on map 1. I think was decisive in their excellent defense on map 2, and I think played the sim almost perfectly on map 3. They were always on point first, which is so important on Flashpoint, and always finding the right side to push. So yeah, I think a very good performance from Psycho.
I think as well, especially one thing that's so useful about the sim and why I'm probably surprised we haven't seen more of it earlier on in the tournament, is it's so versatile. Normally playing against these May teams, it's so hard to retake chokes, but we saw it particularly on Midtown. You can use the sim TP to get out of all these chokes as well. And I think Psycho's decision making in that front was actually fairly good. And even some of the more clutch plays. You think that very last fight on Midtown, Psycho gets Symbol just in time, and as soon as he drops that Symbol, it's just over for Vicious. No chance to turn the fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he maybe had 1 or 2 symbols in the first few maps where I thought that's too early. I think that we really don't want to try and use this ult first unless we're trying to flip point. But yeah, I think overall good. I think one thing that we spoke about before on the broadcast was this idea of how do we get the best out of our Overwatch League DPS, like what heroes do we play him on? And maybe Sim has a little bit more skill expression than May in a lot of these situations, and he can kind of outthink the enemy when required.
We even saw it the very, very first fight on Samoa on Downtown. He gets the nice TP off angle, gets the kill onto Proud, and it just sets him up for a nice, easy first point cap and sets him up for a great start. And we'll see now, that puts Rock Esports in a good position that they go forward in the bracket. The bad news is, it's against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so I think, obviously, they are facing the overwhelming favourites to win this tournament. It's interesting. This team obviously looks pretty well drilled on this Sigma comp. It wasn't too bad. I think there is going to be an interesting decision in terms of, do we just take the Sigma from map 1? How long do we stick to it? I think this is something we spoke about on broadcast about once we start to play against these top 2 teams, these juggernaut teams. How long do we keep mirroring them? We will have to see. Obviously, these already played in the group stages. It was a 3-0 to Twisted Minds, so maybe there'll be some sort of change or plan B or some sort of adaptation from that series that Rock Esports can make.
The impression I do get from Rock is this adaptation to the Bastion Sim version is one they've sort of got to a little bit throughout the tournament rather than something they've been doing the whole time. So it's really possible that this new angle can maybe just disrupt Twisted Minds a little bit, give them a new problem. We know Twisted Minds play a lot of Sim and have played a lot against a lot of Sim. But honestly, if we cast our minds all the way back to the Overwatch World Cup, when it was a Sim May mirror, that's when Saudi actually struggled the most against Team Finland. So maybe, just maybe, there's a potential way through there for Rock.
Yeah, really emphasis on the maybe, I think. But we'll see. I think also, to be fair to them, I think there was a moment in the series when they were playing Bastion on the Midtown attack and it started to look a bit weak. They swapped to the Sojourn on the defense, slowed things down, played a bit wider, played to control angles, and it looked pretty good. So maybe there is some adaptation, some smart decision making on that team, and maybe that will be key tomorrow. But my feeling is we need a bigger adaptation. If we're going to have a chance to win tomorrow, it needs to be more than just Sim Bastion.
On the flip side of this, we find Vicious going down to the lower bracket. Obviously, it's double elimination, so everyone gets 2 lives. One of them cost already. Is there a way back for Vicious in this tournament?
Well, depends. It'll be interesting to know how much of the the fact that they kind of went like this during the series was a mental thing. If that is a big factor, if they're a team that tilts or gets disheartened quite easily, then going down to loser bracket. I've had it in the past where the second my team went to the loser bracket, we just kind of knew that was the end of our tournament, and there was almost no way back for us. I don't think that was a performance that's bad enough for them to say, yeah, we've got no chance. I think that whoever they play in the next rounds, I think they can have some confidence. I think that series that we just saw, I think Midtown, they have to win it, really. Samoa was pretty close considering everything that went on. So I think there's definitely some positives for them to take, but they need to have the correct mindset in terms of how they deal with this.
We talked a lot about some of the Overwatch League experience coming into this, and we talk a lot about the skill that those players bring on their particular roles, but also what they bring is that experience, which means in these situations where things start going wrong, when I think of the players on Vicious who started to make more of a mistake later in the series, I think we are looking at the players without those experience here, and it will be an important and these go through a pretty fast learning curve to be ready for presumably a little bit of a bumpy road through lower bracket.
Yeah, I think especially if we can figure out Lucio ults and May ults a little bit better, like work on those. That those are such key components of any macro in this meta. We can't afford to be using beat too early, using beat too late. We have to. The thing is, May ult charges so fast in this meta that we got to be throwing more of them out and making sure. I think we got to be aiming for a 75. 80% win rate with May in this meta, especially if we're playing against teams that aren't playing May themselves. Obviously, very possible given the two teams that we're about to talk about, they're about to play the loser of that. They might not be in a mirror anymore. They might all of a sudden have different problems to solve, maybe like a double flex support problem or even potentially a dive problem. Maybe the May Lucio style that they've kind of got going actually favors those matchups a tiny bit more. And obviously, they know more than we do about how their internal scrims have gone and how they feel. And obviously, they finished above FOG esports in their group, I think, right? So I think that they'll have some optimism that they can at least win one more game.
Yeah, still plenty to come. And I think next we'll be going on to F16 versus FOG Esports, which, like you said, we're going to have a slightly different take on the meta from some teams, especially F16, who have even been playing some dive, if you can believe it or not, in this day and age.
I genuinely can't believe it. In fact, it's going to take me so long to digest that information that I think we need to take a break. So we'll see you in a bit.
اهلا وسهلا، حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهايه المباراه الاولى لهذا اليوم اللي كانت لفريق روكي سبورت يقدرون يفوزون في هذه المواجهه بنتيجه 3-0. والان روكي سبورت في النصف النهائي ضد فريق تويستد مايند، ولكن ذا فيشز سبورت ما عليهم خوف ابدا لانهم ما طلعوا من البطوله، نزلوا للور براكت، فبنشوف المواجهات في الايام الجايه. ولكن الان بتكون عندنا المباراه الثانيه لهذا اليوم، فصراحه انا والمشاهدين والحضور كلنا جاهزين، فاكيد لازم نبدا هذه المباراه يا اخوي براء.
يعطيك ألف عافية, and you're absolutely right, Wajih. Ladies and gentlemen, watching over the world, taking place right here with the Saudi eLeague Overwatch 2. So we saw what happened earlier. Rock Esports took the win, and they will be going against Twisted Minds tomorrow for another vicious match. But speaking of vicious Esports just went to the lower bracket, and they will go against one of the two teams who will be competing in this coming match. And it's time right now to announce the second match of the day. جاهز يا وجيه؟
اكيد كلنا جاهزين اخوي براء.
So let's go.
خلينا نبدا.
You're ready, I'm ready, and everybody's ready for this match. So ladies and gentlemen, right now for this match, coming on stage, let's hear for F16 Esports!
ساتر يا الحماس، قاعدين نسمع صوت الجمهور بعد ما رحبنا بفريق F16 وهو الفريق الأول في هذه المنافسة، ولكن ترى إلى الآن ما تعرفنا على فريق خصمهم. أعزائنا الحضور حيوا ورحبوا معانا بفريق فوق سبورت. مواجهة صعبة تجمع فريق F16 ضد فريق روك اي سبورت او عفوا فوق اي سبورت في الربع النهائي الثاني من اليوم الاول من النهائيات. صراحة ما ادري اتوقع نتائج، فاخلي التوقعات عند المشاهدين خلف الشاشات، فنتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. قبل ما نبدا المباراة خلونا نروح للاستديو ونبدا فيها المباراة.
So, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much with the hype of the match, I lost the power on my mic. But, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard with the legend himself, our presenter, Wajih, so for this match, we're going to see a lot of hypes, maybe even another pinnacle taking place here for Overwatch at Saudi eLeague. What's going to happen? We'll be seeing that in a few moments with Fog Esports going against F16 Esports. Who's going to take place? Who's going to win? Who's going to go to the lower bracket? All that taking place in this match. But now, to our amazing talents, fire it up. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Analysis Desk, brought to you by STC Play. I'm Commander X. I'm joined, as always, by Chris TFR. We're here for the second fixture of the day. It's going to be F16 versus FOG Esports. And while we saw a pretty much exclusively Sigma in the first one, we're in for a few more surprises and maybe a few more twists in this one, Chris.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that out of the 6 teams left in the tournament, I think these two are maybe the most interesting in terms of the way they were built, the way that they play. And I feel like getting these two teams early is quite nice. We get to see a clash of styles. And yeah, I think that this one, I mean, I thought the last one would be close. I felt like it was until it wasn't. But I think on paper, this one also has potential to be close.
Exactly. It's both of these teams come in with pretty decent records, pretty decent performances in groups. There was a few twists and turns and a lot of problems for both of these teams in some situations. I think if we focus on F16 first, they looked like a pretty strong roster on paper. One of the things we do have at Saudi eLeague is we have Overwatch World Cup champions, we have Overwatch League champions in play, a lot of talented players, and that's exactly what F16 have chosen to do with their imports.
Absolutely. I think that if you say, what's the import? Well, let's just take the two best players from the best team in the world and let's sign them. And that seems to be the logic, as simple as it gets. They got the Overwatch League MVP, they got the Overwatch League Grand Finals MVP, and of course they have one of, like we spoke about, one of the Overwatch World Cup champions in Haku. So on paper, when this event was announced and we looked at the roster and we said, who is going to compete with Twisted Minds? In theory, this was the team that we thought. However, this has not been plain sailing for them so far.
Absolutely not. If we go back all the way to round one of groups, they lost 3-0 to Twisted Minds. Obviously, Twisted Mind the favourites. 3-0 maybe kind of stings. Then in round two, this is where things got really almost disastrous. They go 2 maps down to Castle Black, the team who went on to get eliminated from Group A. The only 2 maps they won were against F16. And then F16 have to do some unorthodox changes. So they bring in Q&M, who is traditionally a hit scan player, to replace Goku. But obviously Merit is a hit scan player as well, as I'm sure many people know. So they end up with 2 hit scans. Merit has to flex a little bit onto Echo at times. And then, even more surprisingly, they bring in Chaos to play support. Chaos by trade is a tank player. Obviously Baptiste is not a tank hero, but it ended up working out. They pull off the reverse sweep and end up finishing 2nd seed.
Yeah, I think, yeah, definitely they've looked better once they've made those changes, but I think definitely their preparation hasn't been what they would hope to be. Moving on to Fog Esports, this is a very interesting team because we don't see it on screen right now, but this is actually the only team that has free imports, which means that their coaching staff has a lot of decisions in terms of who to play. They have creative. I think Marv1 might be playing. I feel like I saw him walk out, but he's not on my screen right now. And they have Top Dragon, also like a top Korean contenders players. So they're 3 Korean players, 1 for each role. What do you think the strategy is in terms of the subs and how they kind of want to play this roster?
It's weird because it gives them the option where you can sort of choose, well, is this a map where we want the elite talent to be on tank and support, or do we want it to be on tank and DPS, or DPS and support? But that's not really a way I think many people think about Overwatch and Overwatch maps as it happens. So far what we've seen is Creative and Top Dragon play most of the maps. The only one Marvel came in for previously was when they were losing to GK. And map 3, they thought, forget the Sigma, let's try Dive. Marvel comes in, plays Doom. They still lose the map, but 2-0 down in a series, worth a shot, of course. But now, potentially we see Marvel coming into the starting lineup. Obviously, Marvel is a pretty accomplished Sigma player, actually. When the hero first came out, he was one of the best. So really good potential that he is just on Sigma and they are still playing the meta compositions here.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll definitely need confirmation if Marvel's playing. I swear I saw him walk out. I think both of these teams probably had quite a high upside in terms of like, maybe these will be the teams that finish 2nd or 3rd, or maybe be the teams to push. What these subs and these desperations and these moves around kind of speak to me is the preparation hasn't gone well. They've kind of started to hit panic buttons whilst they've been at the event. And I feel like if you're panicking at the event, the odds of you taking down the top teams are, well, extremely slim, to say the least.
It's interesting. We always talk about whenever you enter any tournament, it's always nice to have backup options or multiple options. And these are 2 of the teams we've seen utilize some of these extra options. F16 in the form of Dive, but also one of the few teams maybe outside of Twisted Minds to actually run double flex has been FOG Esports, with Creative moving on to Alari, has got a lot of work done, and just moving on to Baptiste. Now, there's always a bit of anxiety, I think, for people when they see a main supporter swap onto Baptiste. Baptiste is such a mechanically demanding and decision-making role. It's really hard to swap over, and I think when he has been playing it, we have seen some problems there. So it'll be interesting to see whether they opt for that today at any point.
Obviously, one thing that's true is the dive is going to punish that even more. I think if we're F16, we really have to look to maximize someone, and I do firmly believe that if we just have him sigmaing everyone that we play against, that can't be the most optimal way to get out of him. We know it's almost a joke at this stage how much everyone talks about how flexible this guy is, but there is obviously truth to it in terms of, I think his flexibility was key in Florida's success. I would love it if they became a dive team. I worry if we're playing dive and we have Merit Echo that we're just stretching ourselves too thin. But even if I give someone, I just say, you swap heroes as much as you want, left, right, center, you Queen, Orisa, Winston, whatever you want, you play it. Try to mix it up. I think we have to try and get some value out of these genuinely top of the top of the top of the top players. And I feel like if we're just opting into the Sig mirror, the difference between someone and KSA, someone might not even be the better Sigma, if we're being honest. I think there's a real chance that KSA is actually a better Sigma than someone. So if you're signing someone in merit, I have to believe that you have like inspirations to win this tournament or come close. We have to find some sort of structure, some sort of comp, some sort of style that allows me to get value out of the Overwatch League MVP.
The problem is they've sort of backed themselves into this weird situation, whereas one of the things that worked so well for Florida was not just someone's flexibility, but everybody could flex around him. Checkmate, who is playing for GK in this event, obviously a big part with his flexibility as well. But all of a sudden, if we want to go to a Doom dive composition, but now we have to put Merit on Echo, maybe we're getting the best out of someone, but we're almost certainly not getting the best out of Merit by putting him on Echo. And how do you marry these two things together into a functional comp or a functional roster, to especially once we get to the bigger teams as well?
Yeah, I think it looks very, very difficult. I don't know if there is some sort of double flex comp. I don't know. You play like Mercy hit scan out. I don't know. Maybe there's something. It seems tough. I'm very interested to see what they start. I think if we I feel like if there's any team in this tournament who's going to come out at this stage with a new comp that we haven't seen or do something different, it has to be F16. I think they've shown weaknesses on the mirror, and they're only playing against better teams now. So hopefully their coaching staff has kind of gone back, figured out some new comps, some new looks. And let's see, can we use the flexibility? Can we use these elite players? And if they do, if it clicks, then listen, these guys can carry to the point where this team can 100% go pretty far.
To really put the cat among the pigeons as well, Marvel is in. So it's Marvel and Creative are the two imports FOG are choosing to run with. So obviously Top Dragon moving to the bench. We've seen Top Dragon have probably a pretty hit and miss event. He swapped onto Echo and Genji a lot and really not found a lot of the same value we saw him when he played those heroes in Korean contenders. So they're bringing in Marvel and Creative, which means Six and Sly are going to be the DPS duo, which means an all Saudi Arabian DPS duo. We've seen bits and pieces of them. Six has played a lot of hit scan. I think that's what he prefers to play, but he's also played for May at times. So I still expect it to be a Sig mirror ultimately for at least this first map.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously, maybe if F16 do become Florida light and they say, oh, against this team we can mirror and win, and once we start to play against some of the bigger boys, then maybe we need to kind of change things around. Obviously GK are waiting for whoever wins this in the next round, and I think you want to be extremely careful about mirroring that team if you can all avoid it. So yeah, maybe let's just take it one step at a time. If I can get through this game on just a good old-fashioned mirror and then kind of solve the next problems later. But I also think if you want to dive on Samoa, I don't think it's the worst map. I think a few of these stages look okay. I think there's some pretty good Ana positions. Obviously, we did it a little bit in the past, so not in London, obviously. But yeah, I think that we can maybe hope to see something. Do you think there's any chance we'll flex support on Samoa?
I think potentially when I think of Beach especially, that's a map that really favors playing wide and playing slow. Harder to get good walls, harder to trap off Sigmas in the same way. Lots of times we see Sojans get loads of value on that map. So even leaning into that more and having an Alari, it's really possible. And one of the nice things about putting just on Baptiste is you can just swap to it and even swap off to it. Obviously, you'd have to double swap, but it's not the end of the world. It is a possibility, but it means you can maybe play double flex on Beach, and then you can go up to Volcano and just play a Lucio mirror, and maybe a Lucio mirror on Downtown as well. So they've got all of those options open to them.
Yeah, I expect it to be quite of a sparring match, map one. Like both teams maybe figuring out who feels better on the mirror. How does my double flex comp work? How does this work? And then maybe as the series progresses, we'll start to see teams really put their chips on the table.
I guess one really interesting thing as well is, as much as Marvel was one of the best Sigmas, I don't know if I can remember the last time I've seen him play Sigma. How many years ago was that now? Is he still as prevalent on it? I don't think Diobi, who was obviously taken out to get Marv 1 in, was playing that poorly at all either. So Marvel is going to have to not just do his job, but when you put the Overwatch League talent on a certain role, you want them to carry that role.
Yeah.
So Samoa, Marv won against someone. Is he good enough to beat the guy who literally won the Overwatch League on Sigma?
Well, there's only one way to find out. I think our casters are ready, so we'll hand you over to Dustin and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to get into the second quarterfinal, F16 versus Fog. And yeah, Alice broke it down, Dogman. Like, you have 3 Korean imports to choose. Yeah. I agree with Marvel and Creative. They're awesome.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And I think also their DPS talent's pretty good as well. I mean, with Six and Sly, they really have to kind of prove themselves in this match, but they have that potential. I think a lot of the Saudi Arabian talent definitely can perform to the level of Overwatch League players. And we've seen, you know, obviously with the likes of Twisted Minds, with those players playing to that level, and especially with a lot of time in the lobby, a lot of practice in the game, they can definitely reach it. But, you know, we'll have to see, like the desk pointed out, you know, you're going to have to go against the MVP, right? Someone himself is going to be in the lobby. And, you know, he's obviously one of the best Sigmas in the freaking game. So it's going to be hard to deal with him. I mean, the only, like, Saudi Arabian main tank I can think of off the top of my head that can compete against him is TVNT or KSA. But it's always going to be hard against him in Merit on the other side, as well as QLM, too.
Yeah, F16... have a lot of good talent. I mean, you can hype up someone for days. Merritt had his day in the sun when it comes to just being crowned as the best Sojourn in Overwatch League. To even, you got to give credit to Haku. I believe he was on the KSA World Cup roster and was incredible. He's also been in the scene for just such a long time. But I think a lot of that play calling comes from someone, at least when he's on his Overwatch League teams. You see him on camera, he's always yapping. So I don't know if this is going to be the same team environment where he's going to be leading those comms, but maybe. Yeah, it could be more democratic, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very talkative person, right? I mean, and it's also interesting too, Kiwi, that we have Chaos coming in too on the Baptiste. You know, it was interesting because Target was playing a lot of that flex support, but it really wasn't working out for them. So they've kind of just swapped their tank player onto flex support, and it's been kind of working for F16. Obviously, you know, they've been better since making that swap as both teams rock out with this Sojourn. Well, Sojourn man F16 side, but Sojourn Symmetra for Fog Esports.
Yeah, someone is already calling there for F16. You saw it for a second. Now, for this point, it's all about taking control of that bridge, and even if you lose it, it's just playing kind of at this half wall where QLM was, and that's your off angle as a hit scan, Bastion, Sojourn, whatever. Then you let your Sigmas just punch each other in the face for this bridge, and that'll give a better access to push the other team into that little hut, and that's a great shelter point. What a shot there from Six, but it's not without a trade from someone. So we got a 4v4, but maybe some DPS missing without QLM in the picture. So it's up to Six to really have his presence known.
Yeah, I like what Fog's kind of doing, making sure they maintain that advantage. Merit already had to use the cooldown below the point. And, you know, obviously, nice immortality field, actually, from Chaos. Gives them those trades. And they actually get 3 in this fight. Give them the win. And they get a hold on to some ultimates as well for next fight. I mean, that's a great win for F16 there, Lemon.
Yeah, you got a lot of good pick potential when you still have a Sojourn on the field. But F6 able to clutch up at the end and 25% coming. Oh, what is Merit up to? I think Merit's trying to sneak a Blizzard and maybe try to deny some hut control there from Fog. Merit was on an off angle on the left side, and F16 are baiting quite well. They throw the Amp Matrix right in Fog's face, and Merit's going to see what they can get from this first wave of ultimates. So the Flux and the Amp Matrix used. Merit maybe not spotting the best flank there for the Blizzard and deciding to go for the safer play call, which gives F16 the fight win.
I mean, that's why someone's the MVP. Perfect timing with the Gravitic Flux, as well as help from the Amplification Matrix. And then the stagger kill on the Marvel, they want more towards the spawn, too. I mean, you called it maybe someone communicating a lot. They want a very aggressive positioning all the way close to the spawn. Haku actually gets the kill onto Sly as well, and even saves his life. Mira hits that shot across the map too. Lemon, this is terrible for Frog Esports at the moment. It's last fight territory now, and they have to wait and spawn for a second.
I wasn't expecting a beatdown like this in round 1, but you know, it's kind of the same thing that happened in our last series. It was 100-0, and then they had like an hour of a tech pause to figure out what plan B was. So I don't think Fog are going to have the pleasure of that, or maybe displeasure of that, but they do teleport away from the F-16 choke point. So now it's all about Fog using the photon barrier. Good ice block there from Merit. Marvel's in trouble. The beat comes just in time to save him. And now it's up to 6 to really find the picks. But with the immortality gone, now Chaos is out of the picture. F-16 have limited heals, so surely this is the fight to win for Fog. But they're just not getting the kills. Someone is too much of a menace, and then you add Merit to the equation. It's just too much to handle. But eventually Fog's numbers just outgrew them, and it's probably like a 1v2 or 2v1 on the point, and yeah, I don't think someone can clutch that.
I mean, this is just the high-end talent coming through. Pretty much all of those, Korean players coming out, trying to clutch up for the team. Someone in that fight, as well as on the other side, Marvel and Creative getting those 2 kills. Merit almost successfully won F-16 that team fight win as soon as they had that Blizzard off, but unfortunately does not go in their favor. Meanwhile, for Fog Esports, they have to play near perfect now, Lemon. I mean, there's a lot of percentage to claim back at the moment, and F-16 have ultimates to reclaim this point.
Yeah, this Ant Matrix, if they get control of Bridge, is good, but they're going to use it to take control of Bridge. But the Flux removes them from the Bridge temporarily, and then you got the overclock of QLM. Say goodbye to your face, and Fog Esports just can't hang. And F-16, they're at 99%, so if Fog give this up, the round goes to F-16.
Yeah, QLM, nice 3K from him. Someone also I believe hit a rock on the Marvel during his Gravitic Flux, canceling that out. I mean, what a round for F-16. That's a huge opening game for them to win, especially against Fog Esports, who are definitely no slouch here either. So F-16 now going up for that first round will lead us to that map or round point on Samoa. And, they look good at the moment, Lemon.
Yeah, you can't underestimate how important Sigmas are in this meta. So the tanks rule over all, and someone just brawling for that bridge control against Marvel is what got F-16 in such a good power position to even losing QLM to ending up clutching that fight with just kind of Brawl alone to coming up with some really creative plays, whether it was maybe Merrick going for a Blizzard on the flank or using the Amp and Flux to deny the HUD control from Fog. Like, F-16 are aggressive, but they're also very intelligent about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the important factor for F-16 is as a cohesive unit, what can they really get done? And is really about playing the rotations correctly. Going forward for those spawn kills was huge for them, to give them that 99% of the board before they got it flipped. And now Fog Esports, they're going to mix it up here, Lemon. They're running the Genji with an Ana and Doomfist.
That's pretty interesting, because I remember the analyst saying that they benched Top Dragon for, when he was that Genji Echo main that maybe they could have used. But we'll see if Sly can slot in those shoes. For now, though, Fog are taking a lot of hits, and they lost Creative to just the poke, as Fog were still getting established on the high ground. And when you're running a Doomfist, so much of your fight potential comes off of what plays your Doomfist can get set up, and Marvel just can't get anything done.
They come back to the point. Haku gets that kill on the Sly. Merit as well. Finds 6, and that was great work from F-16. As a unit. I mean, Chaos did super well on that Baptiste as well. Merit kind of shooting the body just a little bit, but F-16 got that fight win off the back of some great support play from both Chaos and Haku, and then Merit really getting a lot of value out of May. Already built up that Blizzard so quickly, and then someone's picked off 6 before Fog Esports really could do anything. I mean, that's a terrible thing to happen for Fog Esports at the moment, whereas F-16, it feels like they can kind of run around the map, do whatever they want. They found the Lucio. Marvel is struggling in his own right against someone at the moment, so this is really tough, and as well with M16 building up some ultimates, I'm not sure what Fog Esports do here.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of answers, but just a lot of problems for Doomfist. You get hit by an accretion, you go to punch, there's an ice block, you go to punch, there's a May wall, you go to punch, the Sojourn jumps out, there's an immortality, there's a boop, like, there's F16 have an answer to everything Marvel has, but Marvel is really confident on Doomfist, and they obviously felt like they needed to change something after how horrible round 1 went, and it's going to continue to go pretty horribly. But at this point, it was about who was going to use their ultimates first, and when you're defending with your F16, you see any kind of yellow Fog Esports people, and you press Q, and that's what happened. Fog Esports didn't even have time to see their opponent before they can use ultimates, but they'll have one last chance to do so.
87% of the board, rather. And Merritt's been by far the best Mei player we've seen so far. I mean, he's been so impactful for F16, as well as they have ultimates in this fight, and he's in a little bit of a cheeky position as F16 hold the point while Fog engages. They actually have to deal with the nano plates. Sly finds one. Oh my god, he gets the lamp too.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 swipe. Now that's some value. Go after the Lucio, and I think the work is done. F16, though, they didn't overinvest. They still got 3 ultimates, and they only need 1 retake to win the map.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great nano play. Engage off of that Haku. Fortunately, no beat in that fight. F16 now on their re-engage. Do have QLM with the overclock as well. The Gravitic Flux from someone's here with Chaos's Amp Matrix. That should be enough to come in, but maybe Fog Esports with some good plays with an overclock of 6 could bring it back.
Oh, QLM, he's feeling himself. Oh, ooh. I jinxed it, my bad. But that's what's good about a Genji. You get on top of these hit scans and execute them before they can move away. So Fog are now on the attack, but with the accretion hitting Sly, he's dead in the water. What a play from someone, but he has so much to deal with. He's surrounded by the DPS of Fog Esports. 6 is overclocking, and no one can stand in his way. So Fog manages to salvage that fight, but they still got a long ways to go.
Well, and look at this, Lemon. Creative's already built up another nano. I mean, he's doing so much work right now, keeping Fog Esports alive. I mean, Creative really is one of the best Annas in the game. I always love his POV. If you want to see one of the great Annas. Meanwhile, F16, they do have ultimate advantage regardless of Creative building that nano boost so quickly. So it's going to be on Fog Esports to try to avoid that damage from F16.
Yeah, Marvel really needs to have a presence right now. He's been nanoed. He can't just let F16 walk onto his backline, but they already have. QLM just hops over the wall and kills 2. Sly is next. Marvel's not good enough distraction. He didn't eat the pulse, though, so that's one problem out of the way. But now that Sly is actually on the field, he gets chunked to 1 HP and killed. F16 just know how to completely ignore Marvel and find success. And now even Merritt's on the Tracer, because why not? So that'll be overtime dwindling away.
Wait.
6 is contesting. He's got a Lucio too. Marvel is pushing people around, not necessarily creating huge opportunities, but existing is maybe all Fog needs to do right now to stabilize and have their full 5 return. Looks like the teleporters even used as a distraction. Oh, these accretions are so disgusting. Now the meteor strike from Marvel behind someone who seems to deal with people surrounding him not very well, but he fluxes himself. What? Wait, he fluxed them off the point?
Yes, and they're all Lucio got off the point for a second too, so there was no overtime. What the? That was the most chaotic.
Oh my god.
Lemon, that was the most chaotic round of Overwatch I think I've ever seen. That was both, like, everybody, like, oh my, I just can't even, what do you say? Like, all these, the Korean players trying to carry their pants off, the Saudi players trying to carry their pants off. Both, they came back off a 6, Lemon. I mean, it was so close for Fog Esports, but someone just popped that Gravitic Flux, he said, they're getting off this point, and they just didn't touch it. What the hell, dude?
Yeah, I thought someone C9 there, but I forgot who had control of the point. So it's one of those, like, when the point gets capped, you're like, wait, who won? And wow. And you just saw him immediately high-five when he did it, too. He knew exactly what he did.
It was so risky. It was just so risky. Like, why would you do that when you're, like, 25% health? And there was 3 people alive on the point, too. Like, somebody should have been able to touch it. I don't know. I want to see the replay of that fight. Obviously, we're going to go into the first few rounds, or the first round specifically, because there's only 2 rounds on that map. But that was wild, Lemon. I mean, have you seen anything like that before? That was insane.
I like the Fog tried to come up with an answer. when someone and Merit seem to be at least this dynamic duo that is just impossible to remove, Fogg said if we can't beat them, let's surround them and just pick them apart. So they go to this sort of Genji, Doomfist, Sojourn setup just because everyone can play really individually, and you know, you can follow up with each other, but then you also have a really good ult combo with the Nano Blade from Sly. I think he got 2 or 3 kills that ended up winning them the fight here.
Yeah.
Six had his own moments in the sun too, of just, again, he goes uncontested at these off angles because all Fogg did was try to surround someone, and you can only obviously orient your shield in a certain direction. So someone dealt with the pressure the best he could, and Fogg just having the sustain and survivability that lasted forever made them so annoying to kind of fight against.
But look at this too real quick. So Gravitic Flux 2 in the... Oh, okay, never mind. We don't get to look at that. That was still insane. You're right. I mean, Fogg Esports really trying to make it individual. I like how you mentioned that. I mean, it really was just trying to have, you know, Sky kind of pop off as well as Marvel, right? I mean, it seemed like they really just wanted to allow Marvel to kind of carry in that fight, as well as where Marvel got nano boosted. The problem is with these tank characters, and especially Doomfist, is like that's like Marvel's best, one of his best characters at the moment is his Doomfist. He looks super good on it, and he also has that carry potential, like I said. And for him, it just the sad part about Doomfist is it has a ton of utility and can really create that pressure, like you said. Just living seems to be one of Doomfist's strengths, just making sure he could avoid a lot of that damage, and also just kind of flying around, getting stuns off, making sure his team can follow up. The problem is that after, you know, Doomfist and Overwatch 2 got turned into a tank, is a lot of that damage kind of went away and it just turned to utility. So even though he's got that utility, he doesn't really have the follow-up damage to necessarily get those kills. And that's why Nano Doomfist is really not that good. It's just because it's like it doesn't do anything. It gives him more survivability, but he already has a ton of health and has that help from his team that's just, like, just by default. So it kind of doesn't do as much as you'd like it to, as like maybe a Nano Genji would. But that's got to hurt his Fogg Esports there, Lemon. I mean, just to C9 the point in that fashion, and especially when it was looking so good. That
when it came that close.
Yeah. It was tough.
I think the Nano Doom, like, sometimes as a Nano player, you're like, yes, like, my ideal Nano is a Genji with Dragon Blade, or this player that's popping off. And sometimes you just... when your favorite child on the team gets killed or isn't out of line of sight, you got to go for the person in the moment.
Yeah.
And sometimes that has to be Marvel. And Marvel was trying to be that pillar, that huge distraction. And I think he did a good job of being present, which sounds like an insult, because you think of tanks as like Sigmas and others who are just supposed to kill and take space and do all this stuff. Well, just existing, being present and taking attention, Marvel did a good job of. But as a reaction, then the other team would just ignore him and go around him. And Marvel only has so many cooldowns to make himself annoying or make his presence be demanded, or his their attention to be demanded. So we'll see if that will be a strategy, the Doomfist. Is that's going to be something they're going to continue to fall back on if they don't believe in the mirror? Well, we're going to have a break and we're going to find out what happens on the other side. And map 1 goes to F16, but man, did Fog put up a fight. They even swapped up the comp, and it almost worked out until someone just, well, you know, removed them from the point.
that was insane. I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like that. That was crazy. I can't believe it.
That was fun. I didn't. What do we call it? A Sig 9? We gotta educate all the. A Sig 9, I think, is what we call it. But hey, at least that gives Fog Esports the choice of map for our second one.
Yeah, I mean, and they didn't seem that bad. I mean, you said that they could fall back on that Doomfist comp. Now, you do talk about like hybrid and escort maps. You know, that is a little bit scary. I would say going to the dive comps with Doomfist and stuff more towards theirs. I think it works better on control because you're kind of like forced to stay in certain positions, especially if you want to hold choke points. So like it's easier to go for those engages because it's not as far, right? You can just go for like those one jump, one cooldown distances, and that's what makes those compositions scary. And you know, especially with all the flank routes and stuff. But if you're going to escort, and especially if a map like Midtown is chosen, then it's always going to be tough because those flank angles are going to be super telegraphed, and it's going to be hard to be able to get them off with a Doomfist composition, especially with the likes of someone and this team, F16, looking as good as they are.
And yeah, that choice of map has been revealed to us. Midtown chosen by Fog, which I'm really curious about because now I think they're going to go back to the mirror because I think playing Doomfist on Midtown is just hell. Like, it's just that initial choke. Like, it's not very close quarters. You're punching in and you're staying in. Like, there's no nice off angles. There's some argument to be made on point B. I've seen, was it Dallas Fuel or some APAC teams run more Doomfist to kind of toss up the Bastion when he's in that form, but against a Sojourn team, it's a lot more difficult. But you really have to be a master at the Doomfist to be able to dive into such a bunker-esque team and to survive to tell the tale and also to have an impact when your presence is there. Are you able to get a stun? Are you able to push maybe someone out of position? That's where point B Doomfist has a lot more fun. But as we realized in the last series, just getting to the point is sometimes the most difficult part.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's going to be hard for the likes of Fog, but it looks like they're going to mix it up too here, Lemon. They're going to do some subs consisting of Top Dragon coming in for Sly, who was playing the Genji in the previous game. Maybe Top Dragon will be doing something similar. And you also have Joby coming in for Marvel. You know, making those subs, getting the Saudi Arabian player on tank this time, and having Top Dragon, the Korean Genji, back in the game. You know, maybe shows a bit of difference with their strategy, Lemon. I mean, obviously we talked about it with Top Dragon being a great Genji player. Maybe also could flex over to that May before, or May potentially is something that'd be huge. Because if you're going against the likes of Merit, and, you know, we were talking about it on the break a little bit, Lemon, where, you know, I don't know if we've really seen a lot of Merit on the May, you know, in his pro career. But he's been playing it pretty well, right? How do you match that when Merit is doing as good as he has been on the May? You need somebody to kind of match it, right?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he's going to be playing May, because I got word from our analysts that F16 in the previous matches on Midtown actually opt for Dive, which makes sense if you look at someone who has been the MVP Winston player of the Overwatch League, and whether it's going to be Winston or Doom, whatever they opt for, F16 are known for diving on this map, which is interesting because it's more known to be Sigma-based.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely solid to run something else here. Maybe they have good win rates with those dive compositions, and I mean, they're the pro players. We're just some silly casters over here, right, watching the game. So for F16's side, you know, maybe having Chaos on that flex support has been consistent. That was where they actually made that sub, I believe, in the group stages. To have Chaos in was on Midtown to bring him on that Ana. Make sure they have that consistent healing as well in those group stages, as well as Merit onto that Echo. So yeah, this is a consistent that they've played before. And then QLM has been very good on the Sojourn so far. So F16 kind of sitting pretty on the defensive side, where Fog Esports lock in with that May on the attacking side in Symmetra of all things.
Yeah, defensive Doom's a lot nicer because you don't have to approach. You just wait for Fog Esports to move through the choke and then react based off of that. But with the Sim TP, he may not have any fun at all. Someone's going to have to play cat and mouse again. And I got to worry about this Echo, where our analyst pointed out that this isn't Merit's best hero, but Merit is a top caliber player where he probably can play almost anything, but the Sim TP right on is just disgusting. Fog Esports just get to go wherever they want, and F16 are just trying to poke them down, but it's clearly not working. Both teams have lost a player, I believe, and Fog Esports think that this is going down at point B, but they're also trying to distance themselves from someone. That's the real reason.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have their Symmetra here anymore, so they really are kind of stuck in terms of options. Someone trying to disrupt this. Well, QM goes so low. It will fall to 6, though, so even though Fog Esports kind of playing green around the rosy at the moment, it ends up kind of working out for them, as they've already gained a tick on the objective.
And there should be F16 being able to contest the third one. They are right around the corner, but how is their split going to go? Because they can go through, obviously, the main choke or the back door, and Top Dragon found themselves isolated, and that's exactly how you don't want to play against an Echo. Pretty easy pick for Merit, and F16 just get to watch Fog just trickle into different entries and take them down. Now they're staggering the Sigma player, just now playing mind games, but this is also a big waste of time, but either way.
They eventually figured out that you could just take yourself out of the game with your own shots. But yeah, back to the spawn. 2 minutes left to go. F16 are still building up some ultimates as well here, Lemon. I mean, they've got 80% on 4 ultimates. Meanwhile, Fog Esports are close on theirs as well. But the onus is still on them here on the attacking side. However, with the TPs, they can make those aggressive plays that enable Fog Esports to get this first point.
Okay, Fog manages to do what they usually do, is get to this high ground, but somehow Six lands an icicle onto Merit, who's just been always poking through that window, but the nano goes to someone, and he wants to evict Fog from this building, but they seem to be able to stay in there thanks to the Amp Matrix there of Creative, but someone did get a trade, and this is just not looking good for Fog. Like, their plan, their cards have been revealed, and F16 have been able to deal with it, but Fog still had the firepower and just better shelter in that building, regardless if F16 knew what was coming or not, and Fog cap.
Yeah, someone should be dying way faster than he is at the moment, you know, but for Fog Esports, because they had so many people towards that objective, because they had so many people there, you called it, I mean, it's just super easy to sustain there. Kind of allowed someone to kind of come and touch the point, because, you know, obviously they were almost about to capture out. Somebody had a touch, and in this situation it was someone. But this is a big fight for the next one. I mean, there's so many ults, 4 ults per side, 8 ultimates total leading into this fight.
Yeah, Fog are in trouble. They just got hit by a big anti there from Chaos and managed to live. And the sound barriers just to help them anchor into place. Fog don't have any control of the map, though. F16 are just above them, shooting them down like QLM. It's just hunting season when he gets to stay up there like that. And now Fog don't have a chance to really win. They got to pick on QLM, but Fog taking it 6 gives some number advantage to F16, but you really need someone in this picture to help push this along, so Fog will have to reset.
Yeah, someone keeps trading his life, but he does end up getting 2 pretty much for his team there, while Merit's sitting in a bit of an awkward position. QLM has been playing super good, by the way, on the Sojourn, really enabling F16 at the moment. That shot, by the way, from Chaos, I think just gave away Merit's position because it was a scoped-in shot. So Merit, understanding that, just kind of sits here, wants to kind of pressure Fog Esports, force them to maybe use the May wall to block him off temporarily while they actually get in for the real engage with the TP.
Yeah, F16 better hope that they win this engagement, because that is just a no man's land for Merit to cross from one side to the other, but it's Fog Esports that don't want to be caught in the middle of any of that and just go the long way through the corridor to access this bridge. But this is not where you want to be against the Doomfist, but it's actually a fake play. Top Dragon TPs them off the other side, catches someone with the accretion who manages to escape with 70 HP. Now the Blizzard from 6,
what?
Owning Blizzard, but having the control of bridge with a Sigma is pretty good.
Yeah, they did control that position, but they're definitely wasting a lot of ultimates here at the moment. Someone who's mana boosted at the very least. So that is a trade you'll take. But I mean, like you said, Lemon, I mean, they just use so many ultimates in this fight where F16 can come back in with a lot.
Oh, this meteor strike in this tiny subway. Creative is screaming for help, but the immortality can't do anything. And the teleporter came in too late. So the fact that Fog have really good plans, it's F16 who just have better reactions.
Yeah, 6 not looking that good on the Mei. That's why we're going to have a swap over here to Sojourn, and Top Dragon will be the one to play the Mei. So obviously for Fog Esports, that Mei pick has been pretty big contention. Look at Merit, by the way, sitting up above, has the copy to bail himself out if he needs it in this fight. I mean, they're surely going to go for an aggressive engage.
Okay, Merit just laying down suppressing fire, but Fog are also pushing the card so F16 can drop on the other side. And good punch from someone. He moved like half the team back. And Creative somehow gets picked, so you don't have a lot of healing if you're Fog Esports. And when Chaos is throwing anti-grenades like this, you're just in severe pain if you're Fog. And especially when he has such good momentum, resetting at this point is very troublesome. And the flux is canceled by the copy of Merit. Who said Merit this wasn't his best hero? He's on fire. He's popping off. And F16 are close to full holding them on point B.
I mean, 10 seconds left to go here. Creative is trying to sustain. They do have Doomfist to touch at the very least, Lemon, so they could get that payload touch. No, they got slept and stunned away from the objective, so Fog Esports will get stopped in streets.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how the Doomfist was gonna go, because I saw how much pain Fog Esports were in when they played it on Samoa against the Sigma, but it turns out it's about execution at the end of the day. That's what Overwatch is. It's about how you play, not who you play. And someone just did a good job of constantly stunning. He was always getting value out of his punches.
Yeah.
And had quick awareness. When Fog Esports knew they couldn't take someone head on, they would TP behind someone, and quickest reaction ever. Even getting hit with accretion, someone was somehow getting to safety after getting hit by like every stun in the game.
Yeah.
So Fog just can now play that.
That really should not happen. I mean, that's crazy that he's living as long as he is. I mean, he's a great player too, but you know, that's on Fog Esports to kind of play well there. And you know, on their side, for their attacking side, I mean, they did end up getting that first point. It was super close. They ended up killing someone, but on the streets phase, their only game plan was just get Chaos out of there, right? Find the Ana of S16 and make sure he's dead. But F16 did a great job just sustaining, making sure that Chaos is always in a safe position. I mean, it was really far TPs, so Fog Esports couldn't get their Symmetra TPs off to actually enable them to get those kills. And now, obviously, Fog Esports in a weird spot where they got to hold really well on first point against F16 in someone, you know, the MVP, back on his main role, the Winston, of all things.
Yeah, when I heard dive, I'm like, what kind? Surely the someone dive, right? The Winston dive. He felt like he invented a whole meta on this map of how to hold on defense and how to attack. Like, this guy puts on a masterclass, and you got Merit on the Tracer to match with him. But also Fog substituted Top Dragon, who this is what he's known for, the Echo or the Genji. And so far, just playing this far back, Top Dragon has kept himself in a safe position, because how you play Echo depends on what supports you have. Ooh. And with the heals he has available, it's really tough. But F16 managed to get a breakthrough. They're set up on the left side. They have the supports in their sight, and Fog have to react, but without their tank, without Top Dragon, this is just toast.
Yeah, I mean, this tandem between both Someone and QLM is awesome. I mean, QLM has been popping off, kind of diffing 6 at the moment. And then Someone's always there to create that pressure alongside Merit. I mean, it's for Fog Esports, like, what do? It's an absolute nightmare to deal with, both Someone and Merit diving on your backline. And then while that's happening, QLM is just going to be able to set up in a great position to shut them down. And Fog Esports, Lemon, they switched their composition again. This is like the 4th time their DPS is swap it up. Top Dragon's back on that, still on the Echo, but 6 is going to be on the Cassidy of all things now.
Yeah, you barely get to see Cassidy, just the limited mobility, but I think the grenade to kind of help maybe lock down Merit is an option, but we'll see if it really hits. Here's the setup nade, and F16 look to either cross the corridor to avoid poke or just dive straight onto them. For now, F16 are kind of almost waiting for Fog to drop and make the first move, because once that Sigma's out of position, he ain't going nowhere. But for now, you got F16 nanoing someone who's prommeling this Cassidy to death, and that's the drawback of playing Cassidy over a Sojourn. And someone is just almost about to get an ace with a Primal, and this is why you have him on the team.
I just like, what do you do against that? I mean, someone's just like the best player in the lobby by far. It's just not even close. Like, he's just able to get the Primal Rage with the Nano Boost play done. I mean, dude, does Foggy Sports even recontest the objective? I mean, they've got some help here with ultimates coming up in a second, but no speed boosts. Nobody's able to get here in time, and F16 will close it out to lead us to map point, get that 2-0. I mean, what a dominant Midtown from them, Lemon.
Yeah, I had a feeling when F16 are known for a certain composition and have pretty much the MVP tank to lead them through that, because it's not just about being good at a hero, it's also how you talk to your team. I know tanks in Overwatch League that are incredibly mechanical or very, very flexible, but if they don't talk enough, if they don't really take that leadership role, then it's a disadvantage. It's a lot about how you communicate in Overwatch is important, and I could tell that when F16 move around the map, they move with confidence. You saw it on Samoa, you saw it on Midtown, and just because you know how to move doesn't mean you're moving all the time aggressively, like you're not antsy about it. F16 knew how to engage and how to escape. Their maneuver, and to be aware of what Fog Esports are doing when they're sim TPing all over the place. I was getting lost just trying to follow Fog, and F16 did an amazing job reading all of that.
They did. I mean, you know, I just really wish I was Chaos right now. Like, you know, I look in the mirror, I'm like, damn, like, why can't I be that Ana on the team just getting carried by someone in Merit right now? I mean, that looks so much fun to play alongside the MVP in this freaking good team. And like you said, with Fog Esports, it was really about, you know, the tough part with the Symmetra TPs from them, Lemon, is that, you know, this map is so long, right? I mean, it's like, how do you get these good TPs off? Even if you get a TP, right, the rotation probably already has happened for F16 at that point. They've been able to maneuver around, while also Fog Esports is getting displaced, right? So, like, not only do they have to decide their teleport locations, but they also have to deal with being displaced by, you know, a Doomfist or a Winston alongside a Tracer. So it's just super hard for the backline of Creative and Just to live. And even if Creative's a fantastic player and Just is a great flex on his own right to the Baptiste, to the Lucio, whatever they need, it doesn't really matter when you're against such a good Winston player and such a good tank player on F16 side. I mean, honestly, tanks are just unfair, Lemon. I'm just going to outright say it. Just tanks are unfair. As a support, like, what do you do when this guy's nano boosted and primal raging you? Like, you can sleep him, but oh, wait, I forgot they nerfed supports, so the sleep's going to wear off in 50% of the time because we got our baby tanks. So it's just going to be not fearless. It's going to be someone just juggling you, destroying you, and you can't do anything about it. I mean, I'm getting pissed off thinking about it, Lemon, for the side of Fog Esports, because it's such a tough thing to have to counter.
Yeah, I think the thing about going against Winston is you gotta be unafraid to give space, because where Winston struggle is, well, his jump can only go so far. He doesn't deal with poke, but yeah, Fog were too afraid to kind of keep giving space to really rely on their poke. And then they have the musical chairs of DPS, where I just don't think a Mei and a Sim, I think, was one of their options, was going to be it. So you teleport onto them, then what? You don't really have a lot of burst. A lot of the characters that F16 were playing had some kind of escapability or immortality or something, and you wait for that sim to generate DPS, and then you start popping off, but not before either they escape or they just had better burst against you. Then the Cassidy got tossed up by a primal, so he learned the hard way that Cassidy isn't meta. And I think usually when you see a sim, it's with a Bastion, like something that has some full fire, like just fire to it. And I think the Mei sim lacked the DPS, or really lacked the time to get DPS going.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's a really interesting situation that they had to deal with, and you know, deciding the composition was the hardest thing that they had to come up with. And you know, I don't know if that's either the time together maybe coming into play, maybe coaching for this team, understanding what to do. Also, maybe Six not being as comfortable on certain heroes. I mean, it's tough to say really what the problem for Fog Esports is at the moment. Maybe after this short break, they'll have time to think about it, but we'll have to see. It's map point for the likes of F16. So we'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Saudi eLeague. It's our last match of the day, but also maybe our last map of the day. F16 running through this. They're up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, they look really good at the moment. And, you know, a lot of that is off the back of someone in Merit doing a lot of work, but also these Saudi Arabian players are looking good, too. I mean, you have the likes of QLM popping off. I don't think I expected him to do this good on the Sojourn, but he really has been a top player. You know, I would even compare him to the likes of Quartz at points where he's been that carry player for F16 when they need him to. And then also his backline has been consistent, right? People are wondering if that's like the weak point of at F16. But in this series, specifically against Fog Esports, they've looked phenomenal so far, Lem.
And speaking of Top Dragon, we got to see him play today, and his echo was fantastic. The only issue is like how you play around the supports that you had, which I think they might have opted for some Alari BAP at some point, because I took note of, well, that's some awkward healing for an echo who can't just go anywhere. You know, you have to be within shift range of a BAP. It's kind of hard to shoot those globules in the air your pylon setup, whatever. So it was going to be awkward for Top Dragon, but he was probably the best player on Fog Esports, not gonna lie. The Echo was finding a lot of good isolation kills. I think just as a team, Fog Esports had good ideas, but the execution is still something they need to refine. We'll go to our last map now, maybe last map. Suravasa is what Fog have cooked up.
I mean, you triggered a core memory of mine after you mentioned the Baptiste trying to hit freaking Echo in the sky. Because with the heals, because I was used to play with Baby Bay, and he was like, he kind of like, he'd like slightly gaslight me, not really, I love Baby Bay, but he'd be like, oh my god, you know, Violet could hit those mid-air Baptiste shots on the Echo, and like, meanwhile, it's like, dude,
that's crazy.
Or like a Farah, it's like, yeah, it's like, well, he can, like, he's consistent, he hits them maybe like 60-70% of the time. Meanwhile, I'm like, you know how friggin' hard that is? Like, it's not, that's like one of the hardest things to do in the game is consistently hit one of the any of the flying characters with a Baptiste right click. That's just like, oh, you know, it cringes me a little bit.
Yeah. I didn't know that was ever an expectation, but we can at least expect Sly and Marvel back in. They're subbed, and I think that'll be good to have maybe a potential Doomfist player on Suravasa. It's very close quarters. A lot of the points have closed-in walls where Doomfist can prevail here, and if you end up going to a Doom mirror, maybe Marvel can hold his own a bit better against someone who I felt like was just ruining everyone's lives with the Doomfist on the defense, which I pointed out on offense is a little difficult, but he made the defensive Doomfist work, used a Winston on attack, and F16 came in with a plan. But do they have one for Suravasa? Because it's Fog's last chance to fight back.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need a strategy coming into Suravasa. They seem like they have one, and that's just someone go kill and Marvel go kill, or not Marvel, sorry, Merit go kill. You know, that seems to be the strategy.
Go kill.
They honestly, like, they seem like they're doing a great job, you know, consistently allowing F16 to gain that space, and then QLM can pop off. But like you said earlier, I mean, Marvel coming back in the game with Sly. Sly was actually pretty solid on the Genji to pair alongside Marvel. I know you mentioned Top Dragon, but obviously he didn't get to show off the Genji. He played that Echo instead because of the map, obviously. You know, you can't play the Genji on Midtown as easily. Sort of also could be a map where you play it too. So, you know, it's definitely up in the air, potentially some Echo for him. But the biggest one for sure, Lemon, is what you call it, having Marvel come back on that Doomfist. That's really going to enable Fog Esports for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna, because they found so much success with Sly's Genji, if that's gonna be something they want to return to. There's a lot of points. For example, just even take an example of the first point. Those walls you could climb up, and that's how you can more easily access the backline, is to have a character that can either jump up there like a Baptiste, a Genji, a Sojourn, so anyone who could take advantage of verticality. Sly, I think, had a hard time, not because of anything he did wrong. He was trying to climb over the walls and played his life well, but I think F16's map awareness was really good, so you don't want to have to use your deflect, and Sly was just always taking some chip damage. So if you can afford to not take that, if you can pull off the Nano Blade for kind of that guaranteed fight win, Fog Esports can give themselves a more dependable objective.
Yeah, and you're 100% right on the mark. I mean, Fog Esports really need to kind of coordinate together. And this is also on a larger point what I was talking about earlier. For a lot of these teams, they've not had a ton of practice. So, you know, bringing in not only top-end talent, right? You can have all the mechanical skill in the world, but if you can't help your team kind of learn how to play or figure out what to do, then, you know, obviously it's going to be a lot harder. You need to build that infrastructure. And it seems like F16 at the moment are doing so, you know, off the back of someone in their coaching staff. You know, obviously the reigning Overwatch League MVP is going to go to a good team. So it's like, you know, after, I'm sure, tryouts with all of the teams here in the Saudi eLeague, I'm sure he picked probably the best one. And at the moment, they look good. I mean, QLM playing very well for them on the Sojourn. And then you have Chaos and Haku combining. You know, you have that, like you said, Haku for Team Saudi Arabia, and also on Twisted Minds previously is a very good player in his own right. So F16 are looking like a very coordinated team at the moment, whereas Fog Esports are going to rely heavily on Marvel, Creative, and Sly.
Yeah, and this map has seen so many different metas. Like, some people even love running Junker Queen here. So someone's back on the Sigma, though, which is just a more dependable hero to protect, to attack, to hold space. That's what Sigma's best at. And Merit, he's also best at hitting heads. Fog didn't even have a chance to fight back. Merit's already obliterated one, but Fog are still going to try and contest and see if just harassing from multiple angles to see if they can get any trades, but it still seems to go F16's way.
Yeah, I mean, you have Merit hitting the shots on the May. Marvel down 2. I mean, he's just going to try to live at this point. He's like, where did my team go? You know, everybody just died on me. To Merit and then to both QLM, and now you're up to 30% of the board. F16 are sitting pretty. Now, the benefit of Fog Esports is F16 hasn't built a lot of ultimates. Marvel's close. Merit has found Slab the delay, though. That's also very bad, as Fog Esports thought they would get a re-engage here, but now are down a man. They lose creative as well here. I mean, this just stinks at this point. You know, you got 50% of the board. Maybe one fight, but it's close, especially on Flashpoint.
Yeah, this time ticks up very fast, and that all those kills that Merit got, like, he almost has a blizzard. And he's actually the second person closest to ult. You can't discount Marvel's impact, but you see that Doomfist is no longer that carry hero that you spoke about earlier. It's utility, it's about stuns, it's about displacement, and Marvel needs also his team to react to that. It's a setup character too, so someone has to touch. Fog manages to do so. Nano at the ready, great stun from Marvel. He's in the back on top of these supports, and QLM just tried to take the challenge and he gets punished for it. So great engage from Fog, but they lost a lot of bodies getting that done. So it's F16 that come out on top and win the first point 100-0.
And Merit with a little bit of BM towards the end there, but it's like, what more can you do if you're Marvel at the moment, right? It just feels like the rest of his team doesn't have that impact that the likes of F16 are at the moment. He seems like he's doing great individually, but nobody's there on any of these engagements. He's building ultimates quickly. You have creative on Ana as a fantastic Ana player, but I just don't think the flex support is really bringing as much value as maybe Merit on the May or QLM on the Sojourn, you know, is at the moment. So they really, Fog Esports, need their DPS to pop off, and what better way to do it than with Nanoblade?
Nanoblade straight into F16. They're all so low. Deals with the immortality, goes after the supports, and has Sly done enough? He's got the follow-up of his team, and that's all he needs. Fog investing all of a great combo to get the first point. Now they can defend, so they're in the driver's seat. They can make the plans.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they're going to do their best for sure. Marvel's follow-up will be easier, or it'll be easier to follow up on Marvel, I should say, because Sly will be in a more defensible position close by, so they can get things done. But at the same time, F16's got a lot of ultimates here. I mean, they've got nearly 4. They've already got Marvel low, who doesn't have his own ultimate, but he gets the punch! Oh my god, Marvel, that was insane. Someone was able to get one with the Gravitic Flux, but I mean, it's just too late for F16 here.
Being able to defend at this point of the map with the Doomfist was golden for Fog Esports. So yes, it was a big investment to start the fight with a Nanoblade instead of maybe holding it for a retake or just seeing what you get in the neutral. But with how close quarters this area of the map is, this is big for Marvel.
This is huge for Marvel at the moment. The rest of his team, 75% of the board. F16 do have that Blizzard, but they're going to have to come in now. Nice Maywall from Merit to give them the engage.
Yeah, Merit's looking for the Blizzard, and I think QLM, or, 6 saw that coming, decided to leave. Marvel's sneaking up behind him and kind of laughing that he almost got away with it. He gets turned, and F16 now can deal with the rest of the team without anyone standing in their way.
I mean, this is creative, a nice sleep from him, but this is sadly, the impact that a lot of these flexible players have. He's going to get staggered actually here, as well as just got staggered too. And F16, great retake from them. Didn't even need to commit that Blizzard, off of getting Marvel with a nice creation from someone before Marvel could even use that ultimate. And now, this is where Fog Esports was before. We'll see if they can even get the retake off. It's going to be tough against ultimates.
99% though, it'll only take one fight for Fog to even this up on Suravasa. And they're close to Nanoblade, but this is Merit who has a better plan. The Genji just walks past him, throws a Blizzard on top of the supports. This creative get out in time he does, but just not as lucky. Still manages to get healed back up, and Marvel comes back in time to save him, uses the Meteor Strike to go even deeper into F16, who are still trying to advance to save someone. Now the Sound Barrier comes out from Haku to try and salvage this fight, and so it is. Sustain ended up helping F16 out-survive Fog, and it's heartbreaking to see the 99% end up a loss for them, as now it's a map point for F16.
I mean, you're worried when the only play for Fog Esports is a Nanoblade, and they just used the Nano in the previous fight for Marvel. So, I mean, what more can you do on the side of Fog Esports? F16 sitting pretty with 2. I mean, this is the last flashpoint they need to capture before getting that 3-0 win, too. So, it's going to be all on Sly with a dry blade to find value, but it's against an overclock, and that's pretty risky for me. And now I lose 6 early. That's so bad.
So that'll be for sure F16 defending first, and Marvel getting a surprise. But someone's been escorting people very well. Like, someone's very protective. He's a selfless type of player, and he's always going to people get around whatever crazy ideas they want to do.
And they have a lot of ultimates in this fight. Fog Esports, it's going to be on Sly still. I mean, we talked about it in the last fight. 20% already on the board. F16 have some good ultimates to hold with as well. Marvel wants to go in early. I mean, he keeps doing this, playing in these very hyper-aggressive positions because he needs to carry his team at the moment.
Yeah, someone was very far forward, and you see Fog want to punish that. That was a fantastic ante to guarantee that there from Creative, and that's why he's on the roster. So is 6, and he gets out-dueled by QLM, and now he's in point-blank range and loses to an Ana. Creative is just that guy. We'll see if F16 can even keep holding on to this point, because Merit's still on the field and just slows Marvel to death so he couldn't complete the punch. And F16 are one fight away from taking the series.
I mean, what more do you do if you're Marvel there? He got the opening pick, too, but it was after his 2 teammates died. 6 is now onto the Tracer. Previously was able to contest things on the first map. And now they're against that Blade. Nano Blade from Sly now.
Ooh, this is to save the team. Oh my god, not the Sig 9 again from someone. He's such a troll. And Sly didn't get anything done because of that. So you got a lot of value out of the one Flux, but Fog still fighting with everything they have, including this 6 Tracer that's still on the field, but now not getting any more support from Creative. Just maybe back with a Sound Barrier if he can get the rollout in time. But F16, their forces are dwindling. Marvel is back, and a Sound Barrier has been used from Just, so Fog's help came in time.
I mean, 6 has looked good on the Tracer so far compared to everything else he's played. Someone does eventually find him, though, and Merit will get Just 2. Even though it looked like they're winning that, they have to now be down in this fight, trying to come back. Marvel trying to create space so they can keep a hold of this point, but F16, they've got ultimates here. Unless 6 hits a big pulse bomb, or Marvel finds some opening picks, this is rough for Fog Esports.
Oh, Marvel's getting Goomba stomped by Haku. That's disrespectful, but F16 now just outlasting Fog at the end of the day, and maybe the yellow banner kind of was an advantage to blend into the walls, but F16 saw right through them, right through their plan, and take the series to move on and to the semifinals to face DK Esports.
Yeah, great work from F16, and they get that win. Obviously, they were the favorites coming into this match specifically, I would say, and looking to maintain their stay in this upper bracket, because obviously they're on a bit of a better side, I would say, on the bracket side moving forward against DK Esports. That'll be a really fun matchup too. But I mean, just to break it down a bit for F16, it feels like they're, first of all, a lot of their players on the team with their Saudi Arabian talent is super, super good. But if we're just comparing the role impact in itself, you got someone in Merit doing a lot of the heavy lifting for F16. And then meanwhile for Fog Esports, you got Marvel on the Doomfist. And then you have Creative on the Ana. But the Flex support player really just doesn't bring as much value, I would say, as Merit, for example, would bring on the May or that Tracer or even, you know, that Echo at times. So realistically, the import slots for Fog Esports kind of fall short, I would say, compared to the likes of F16. But, you know, at the end of the day, anybody's going to kind of fall short against somebody like someone, right?
I think F16 just understood their matchups very, very well. Like, someone was a Sigma that knew how to counter a Doomfist, and he also played a Doomfist who knew how to counter a Sigma. Like, someone is that flexible guy, not because he can play every hero at a high level, but because he knows what cooldowns to use against what hero. And a lot of that attention, whether it's the accretion towards Marvel's Doomfist, to when he was a Doomfist, he was more getting into the back and stunning up the supports. Like, F16 also reacted to the setup well. We say Merit and someone did the heavy lifting, but you can't discount, well, the Haku barriers. Chaos when he was on, I thought he was on Ana. Maybe I mixed up my colors, but
he was
at
on
some
Ana
point, Yeah, so those antis have been really impactful. QLM, when he has time and space to operate, he's getting multi-kills on a consistent basis. Like, this is a team that if you didn't ask me how much time they had together, I would tell you they look like they've been scrimming for months. Like, they just look really cohesive.
Yeah, you're 100%. I mean, this is the team that potentially could beat Twisted Minds. And we still have yet to see them in the playoffs. Obviously, we saw them in the group stages, you know, via our Arabic broadcasts that were incredibly good over the past week. And, you know, for the likes of F16, you said it best. They look like they're a coordinated team that are looking better, you know, as the tournament goes on. So, you know, we have to see how they're going to do versus the likes of Geek tomorrow or the day after, one of the two. Between them and Geek, that's going to be a big matchup that we have yet to see coming through. But for the end of today, F16 looks super good, but also ROC Esports looks solid earlier. You know, I'm really curious to see what our analysts have to say about that game. I mean, I'm sure it's probably similar takeaways that me and you have, Lemon, where...
Hope so.
Yeah, I mean, like, it just seemed like F16 as a team were just really good.
Yeah, and Fog at least have the awareness to know what their problems are and at least attempt to fix, because the worst matches we have to witness are mirror matchups where one team is clearly losing and is going to lose forever. And Fog at least tried different strats. The Doomfist, in a way, if you can displace the stack away from the Sigma, that was a good idea. But do I think Fog Esports have a really, really high-level Doomfist that can pull that off? That's very difficult. The survivability is just surviving in Overwatch is difficult enough. So I think learning to play Doomfist at that level and to be selfless to set up your team is very, very difficult. And to have the team that's cohesive enough to follow up, because you need like lightning fast reactions to your Doomfist making a call or whatever the situation is. You have to be very fluid. And I think Fog need a little bit more time together to play around the Doomfist. I think they should stick to the Sigma comp, something that's more stable, something that's a bit easier to play around on the mechanics, and just a stable environment so that they can learn to communicate in a less hectic Doomfist all over the place environment.
Yeah, I would like to see Fog Esports do well, and I think that, you know, they do have the talent, like you said, to be able to do that. Maybe just figuring out what composition to stick to, like you said. I mean, that seems like that would be the way forward. And meanwhile, for F16, you know, they got to think about the bigger picture at the moment, right? How hard is the likes of Geek Esports going to be? They didn't get the bye because they were in that Group A, which is kind of seen as that really, really difficult group to get out of. Can they beat the like of Geek, who were that top seed in Group B? That'll be a super enticing matchup for me personally. I'm curious to see what comes out on top. And, you know, meanwhile, in that lower bracket, we still have to see more of both Fog Esports and the Vicious, who are both kind of figuring things out after the big shakeup that's happened to the esports scene, right? That's the biggest narrative I think that we could talk about, is it just seems like things are up in the air at the moment. The only consistent really here in this tournament is going to be Twisted Minds. And, you know, it really is a matter of how fast can F16 catch up to a team that's been that good for so long. You know, really only time will tell. And obviously we can't count out the other teams like ROC Esports and GK.
We might get to see some rematches. Depends how the bracket pans out. So, like, Rock is facing Twisted Minds. GK is facing F16. let's say F16 and Rock lose their matches, I believe they would be just replaying their quarterfinal opponents. So that those rematch, that potential, that learning experience could be really cool. And we're gonna actually have an interview on the stage with someone very, very shortly, and he's an incredibly entertaining guy. So y'all want to stay tuned for that in a second. But the bracket is shaping up quite nicely tomorrow. If you are curious on how Twisted Minds and Geek are gonna do, you'll want to tune in for that. We go through our semifinals tomorrow. And just a reminder that top 4 get a piece of that prize pool, which is a lot. So there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for these guys at the moment. That's why we have a lot of these, top end talents, because of the prize pools are always so enticing. I know that was like a big thing when I played, in Overwatch League for a bit too. Is like we got, I think it was it 5th or 6th place, something like that, and even that was very sizable. So just getting the highest place you can, is the biggest deal for a lot of this talent. And I'm sure, we'll see the interview with someone in a second. I'm sure he'll talk about it. I mean, he's already won the Overwatch League. He's been at the top level of the pro level. So I'm sure his expectations are through the roof for this team.
And it's interesting to see the different teams and where they've sorted their imports. Like even our analysts were talking about, like Fog has 3 of them, one that potentially can be put on each role, and they were even able to substitute them in and out. But the more you substitute players, the more you have to adjust to different play styles, different hero pools, and maybe that's something that with enough time you can predetermine and plan very well. There's a lot of Overwatch League teams that mostly sub around the support role is the easiest one to go from double flex to not. But Fog will have one last chance to fight and figure all of that out in the lower bracket. While F16, I think, are definitely a contender for top 3. It just depends on how this team is going to help each other, because it can't just be one person doing it all. There are ways to drag down your team, and there are ways to uplift your team, and obviously we want to see the best out of F16, especially when you got Geek and Twisted Minds. Like, whew, you gotta do your best against them.
Yeah, there's some that's gonna be a hard matchup realistically against Geek, obviously, with Checkmate and Landon in the game. Like I said, I'm not sure. I'm really curious to see how the import rule impacts bringing these flex supports, but I guess I should change it up a little bit. I think we got to talk about some of these Saudi talents as well. Like I think that a lot of the Saudi Arabian players have been stepping up. 6 look good on the Tracer. It's not really a good Tracer meta for Fog Esports. It's kind of unlucky, I would say. But on the opposite side for F16, I mean, everybody looked good with QLM in the lobby. You talked about Haku with some fantastic barriers and really overall good coordination with someone, because that requires a good Lucio to enable someone on the Sigma a lot of the times to really just make sure they're getting those fast-paced plays off. And especially for somebody like Haku, who is kind of seen as a bit of a mercy one trick, to be able to play that Lucio at a high level is a big deal, right? That was a big question leading into this, is how he would do on a bit of that Lucio.
Well, someone is finally ready, so let's go tune into that interview.
حضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم اللي كان الربع النهائي الثاني، وشفنا تفوق فريق F16 قدروا انهم يفوزون بنتيجة 3-0. فعندنا الأسطورة سموال من فريق F16، حابين نقول له ألف مبروك، وأكيد لازم نسمع شعوره بعد ما فاز بالمباراة.
You are absolutely right, Wenji. Ladies and gentlemen, in this unbelievable match as F16 won the match 3-0. So first of all, how do you feel?
I feel really good. Because we almost lost to Castleback for 3-2. If when we winning that match, after we more than stronger before, I think our team is really strong now.
Beautiful. مثل ما قال وجيه، فازوا في أول مباراة 3-2، بس عقب ما رجعوا مرة ثانية مع فوز ثاني أعطونا حتى تشجيع زيادة للفريق نفسه مع F16 Esports. طبعا أول سؤال عندنا، السؤال الثاني،
رجعوا بحماس زي ما لاحظنا، وتكلموا عنها هذه النقطة المعلقين. ذكروا انه في بداية الأيام كان المستوى يعني نوعا ما، وذكرتها أنا أكثر من مرة، لكن شوفوا كيف تغير المستوى. عندنا سؤال ثاني، سؤال مهم جدا بخصوص السيناين اللي صارت، هل هي كانت مقصودة فعلا أو إنها صدفة؟
So not only Wajih and me, but a lot of people are going to be asking this. That C9 moment you had in the game itself, was it on purpose, calculated, or it just happened?
I think it just happened because my memories, I'm Flux, enemy Doom and Kiriko, but I don't Flux enemy Lucio. But they Lucio even don't got Flux, but he don't touch point. So I think that's lucky.
تصور الموضوع صار في اللحظة نفسها يا وجيه، ولا ايش رايك؟
يا ساتر يا ساتر على آخر لحظة قدر إنه يلحق عليها. ولكن ترى برضو الصراحة الأحداث اللي صارت في هذه المباراة في أسئلة كثيرة الصراحة. فعندنا سؤال مهم، قابلوا فريق جي كي في الجروب ستيج والآن بيتواجهون في البلاي أوفس، فكيف التجهيزات بتكون؟ هل هي نفس الاستراتيجيات أو إنها بتتغير؟ فودنا نسمع منها إيش اللي بيصير بالضبط.
You got that right. So you played against GK Esports, you know, in the group stage, and now you're gonna play against them again in the playoffs. Any strategies? You ready for that? Any hidden secrets you want to share with us today? How are you gonna play against them again?
We lost to GK before one mix. Well, I think this because we come to Saudi like 2 days after we play match, right? So I think this we don't have practice time, any chance to win, cause no time, but now I think we're ready for play against GK, and I'm ready for win against Checkmate.
ووو اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، اعطونا صوت على اللي قاعد يصير هني. شفت اللي سمعته؟
سمعت اللي سمعته.
اقول لك ان تصور او ما كان عنده وقت كفايه، بس بعدين عقب ما فازوا اول مباراه والحين بيروحون مره ثانيه. جاهزين للمباراه الجايه.
جاهزين، وباذن الله ننتظر الايام الجايه ايش ممكن يصير فيها. فهنا كانت بعض الاسئله مع الاسطوره سمون. اما الان اعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين الكرام، خلونا نرجع للاستديو عشان نتكلم اكثر بخصوص هذه المباراه.
You got that. So ladies and gentlemen, that was someone from F16 Esports. Again, congratulations. And now to the studio with our amazing talents. Take it away.
اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدين
Play Analyst Desk. I'm Commander X. I'm joined by Chris. He's still here. And we just witnessed some pretty monster performances from some individuals there. But overall, all in the direction of F16, that one.
Yeah, probably wasn't as close as maybe we hyped it up to be. I think it was obviously a lot of different matchups from both teams, but it felt like no matter what was picked on either side, there was clearly a pretty significant gap. And I think F16 can be very pleased with how they played.
I think let's take it through sort of step by step, because we expected a lot more variety in this matchup, and it's certainly what we got. We start in Samoa, and we start in a pretty traditional Sigma mirror, but with Marvel playing it instead of Diobi, who played a lot of the group stage on Sigma. But the story of that first round just had to be a Sigma gap from someone.
Yeah, it felt like immediately there was a massive gap in terms of, actually I felt like the May Sigma coordination looked really good. I think there was numerous moments, especially when they're on that Sigma comp, there was clearly good tempo push timings that were listened and heard by all. And I felt like, yeah, obviously Merit isn't really known for being a May player, but it felt like there was clearly some synergy from him plus someone there. And I think certainly, presumably after round one, both teams knew that if there was any more Sigma mirror, it was only going to go one way.
Exactly. So as we take a look at some of those highlights, we then moved on to Downtown just after this. And this is maybe where we see the real reason Marvel was put in for this first map, where FOG swap onto the dive matchup. And it's a really messy one. Really could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think there was probably a glimmer of hope for FOG here. I think that's obviously what we saw on map 3 too. Probably should have won it in the end. Obviously the C9, which I'm sure we'll keep looking at, was maybe the factor. But maybe this was the best chance that they had, was attempting to dive. I think Marv 1 had a pretty solid series on the Doomfist. But so did pretty much everyone on F16 really.
I think as well, we start to see a little bit more flexibility from Merit. Merit is really someone, when we think of him from Overwatch League, as he's the hit scan guy. Maybe when he's played Sombra for Florida Mayhem, he's not looked to be able to reach the same level. But here at least, bit of May, bit of Tracer, bit of Echo, pretty solid performance all round for Merit on heroes he's not necessarily known for.
And I think that the main story for me, obviously we'll talk about someone because he was unbelievable today, but I think the main story was Merit leaves that hit scan role to fill some other heroes. QLM looked fantastic on the hit scan, absolutely no problem whatsoever. And all of a sudden this DPS line starts to feel pretty well rounded because Merit is kind of using just his general level of Overwatch's understanding of the game to fit different heroes, which maybe he's not known for. but the gap that he leaves behind a hit scan is fully taken up by QLM, especially QLM's ult. Win rate must have been close to 100%. So I think maybe someone will do predictions of who gets MVP, but maybe someone will get it. But I think QLM can be extremely, extremely pleased with how he played this series.
We then move on to Midtown as well, and this is a really interesting tactical decision from FOG, because we see on Samoan that the dive into the Sigma is their closest matchup so far, but they pick Midtown instead of, say, Parisio or something a bit more dive favoured, because they know F16 are going to dive on Midtown because they've been doing it all groups. So then they sub in the double flex roster, essentially, where Diobi comes back in and Top Dragon comes back in, and they play Lucio on the attack, but then double flex on the defense, and essentially give two more different questions for F16 to try and answer.
And answer them they did ultimately. I felt I was a bit disappointed with the sim strategies from FOG. I felt like they were using way too many TPs around the point and trying to flank. And they ended up having to use TP, wait for cooldown, use TP, wait for cooldown, use TP, wait for cooldown, and never had any point progress. And in my opinion, if you're ever playing a brawl comp with sim, the number one priority is the objective. If we TP onto point and it starts to move, the enemy team has to dive. If we TP around the map, the enemy team does not have to do anything. As long as they don't get a headshot, they can win. So I feel like there was definitely some strategical errors there in terms of the way that they played the sim comp. But I like that we tried to do something different. I think you're right. They tried to isolate the Sigma versus dive matchup. When that didn't work, maybe try some double flex. At least they didn't just go down playing the same comp. They at least tried some stuff. Unfortunately, they asked a lot of questions, but like we said, F16 had all of the answers.
The Midtown second attack probably comes to mind with some of those bad rotations where they go far right side with the TP, they rotate top, but then they realize the cart's so far back, we kind of have to go back and get the car, and it just becomes a little bit messy, ends up falling apart, and they don't make much progress after that. And then it has to be said, maybe of all the matchups, double flex support into dive is probably the hardest one and the least favorable one for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're almost ready for our Gidia MVP. Any predictions? Who do you reckon's got this one?
Has to be someone.
Yeah.
Think about it. Huge fight winning Flux on the first round in the Sig Mirror. Oh, no, sorry. Well, actually, yeah, in the Sig Mirror as well. Then a huge fight winning Flux in the Mirror matchup against Dive. Then he goes Doomfist, continues to carry. Then he goes Winston. Oh, map winning Primal to top it all off.
Yeah.
Can't really ask for much more from a tank player on all the roles going.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be catching up on 12 months of doing Overwatch League and analysis. Someone was the MVP. If QLM gets it, I won't be mad, but unfortunately, I'm going to be shocked if it goes to anyone else.
I think, yeah, really across the board, really solid performances, especially from that front line when we talk about Merit, QLM, someone. Suddenly, these guys start to look like quite a force to be reckoned with. Maybe still some questions, I think, particularly when we saw Chaos playing versus the Dive. It's a very difficult matchup for a Baptiste, and maybe he looked vulnerable there. So potentially some problems for him down the line if they run into that comp again. But let's see who it is. Who will be the Gidia MVP for this second match? I'm shocked.
Another accolade for this young man. Also, excellent English in the interview. It actually takes a lot of bravery to do an interview like that in your second language. So it really has been someone's year. Almost nothing this guy doesn't win. It's really hard to argue with. Across, we spoke about it in the pre-game. Can we see some flexibility? Played maybe 3 heroes. Looked the best player in the lobby on every single one of them. Yeah, this guy absolutely is the real deal, and hard to see a better player in the entire world than him right now.
We talk about it, and sometimes maybe he doesn't always get, I mean, he gets loads of credit, but sometimes when people think about Florida, they always emphasize his flexibility and don't talk necessarily about, well, it's not just he can play over heroes, but he's playing them at such a high level. Like in this series here, he looked like the best player on every tank he played. And there's not a lot of players in the world who can do that really at all.
Absolutely. And I think when we talk about some of these tempo calls, he's clearly the most vocal on his team. He's clearly a leader. A lot of great things to hear about his infectious personality. I think that he really is. If you were to build a dream Overwatch roster for whatever comes next, he has to be the first pick for any team that's taking it seriously.
Yeah, I think that's really true. And lining this one up, it really puts them in a pretty good position and something they take a lot of confidence from. We saw someone talk about it in the interview about how they maybe didn't have as much practice when the first qualifiers started, but now they really feel like they've reached a level where they can have a lot of success. We've seen them play 2 comps successfully, which is more than we've seen from maybe every team except for Twisted Minds.
I think so. I think that what I really wanted to see from today was there a team that was going to be able to put up a performance that made me think, yeah, they can challenge GK, they can challenge Twisted Minds, and I feel like at least that was today. And I really feel like tomorrow's game, GK versus F16, it actually. I think the last time they played it was 3-2. Am I right? It went all the way to map 5. I think this was in the qualifiers before the group stages. And it's hard to argue F16 seem to be trending upwards more than any other team in this tournament. They have multiple looks. They seem to have figured out their lineup. They did look cohesive, as the casters were saying. So I think, yep, tomorrow's game has potential to be very fun.
Yeah, it really does seem to be like it's going to be a real neck and neck race for who is going to be that number 1 challenger to Twisted Minds and who's going to get that shot in the upper bracket final later, well, next week even.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm sure we'll talk about it tomorrow, but I think there's going to be some interesting tactical decisions about which comp they go for. But I'm very much looking forward to it. We can now start to look at some of our highlights presented by KFC. A lot of them to go through today. I think especially some real MVP moments from the last series. I think that like we said, these QLM ults were so good. Someone on every hero, I'm sure we'll get to see a primal in a second too. And I think that there was clearly a lot of mechanics on show towards the end of this series, which is what you're absolutely going to need if you're going to have any chance to compete with these top 2 teams.
We talk about as well in Overwatch being more of a weak link game than a carry game. And what you can sometimes see is if you can, especially in some of these situations, you see someone being able to isolate potentially some of the less experienced and weaker links. And all of a sudden, if you're asking questions of maybe some of these people without the same experience, you think in Overwatch League this year, how many Baptistes had loads of experience playing versus high quality dive teams and dealing with really high level play? That's not a luxury a lot of these Saudi players have managed to have. So now all of a sudden, they're dealing with a someone quality Winston or a someone quality Doom coming in and putting them under pressure, forcing them to hit their cooldowns. I think to Diobi's credit today, I thought he hit a pretty good number of rocks on someone. Unfortunately, It didn't really stop him, but that's the level of play they need to try and aim and attain for.
Absolutely. Obviously, you talk about some of the weaker BAPs. Unfortunately, the 2 BAPs that are left ahead of them in the bracket are Overwatch League. In my opinion, Landon is the best BAP on planet Earth. So I think that becomes a really, really exciting matchup for tomorrow. But yeah, I think obviously I've seen Landon die to someone's dives before. I've seen it once or twice in my career, so it definitely can happen again. Like we said, it'll be interesting to see, do they take a mirror at the start? Do they just opt into the dive right away? I feel like GK and Twisted to a degree are going to be pretty telegraphed in what they're going to do. And then ultimately that's going to be the question is how do they decide to strategize against that?
We talked about a bit after our first game today when we saw that Rock were going to be matched with Twisted Minds in the upper bracket semis. And there's an element of, do they have enough variation with just changing the DPS heroes if it doesn't work initially against Twisted Minds? But F16, they have way more different questions they can ask them. And I think all of a sudden, can Saudi Arabia do it? Obviously, they beat China in it in the World Cup, and that was obviously Majid, big part of that. But that was a super close series, really difficult for them. It wasn't the sort of thing I think Twisted Minds will sit there and feel like, oh, we've got it sorted, no problem, don't worry about it. It is going to be the sort of thing that could really swing the series in a different direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll obviously take it one step at a time. It'll be a GK tomorrow and then see what happens. But I think you're right. I think that the way they've kind of built this roster is very much, let's get someone and Merit to just flex around as much as we can, and then let's keep the other guys on their comfort heroes. And it's interesting to see. I felt like one thing I felt like today, and maybe I'm wrong about this, is I felt like they have like a set strategy for each map and they're just going to do that. It didn't feel like they were necessarily like playing dive because it felt like it was good, because the logical conclusion would be just to keep sig mirroring. So maybe they're going to have to play comps on maps where they haven't scrimmed it before. But I think overall, I think they will be feeling tremendously confident from the game today.
On the lower side of the bracket, FOG maybe find themselves in a pretty difficult situation because they asked essentially 4 different questions of F16, which is a really good thing. We talked about this before. It's really good to have multiple looks, multiple questions you can ask. But it's a real big problem if you ask 4 questions and the answer to them is you lose all of them.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be difficult to see. We need to kind of like figure out the respective power levels of each team. But yeah, the same way F16 maybe have confidence, then maybe FOG lost a lot of confidence there today.
Now let's move on to the Kaspersky clutch of the day. And I believe it's going to be someone we're quite familiar with in the form of Psycho on the Symmetra here earlier.
Yeah,
this is the final fight, I believe, on Midtown, the one that wins him for him. He doesn't quite have wall before the fight, manages to get it up, and as soon as he gets it, the fight's done. He's able to go into carry mode, full charge beam. Sim's so dangerous once she has this.
You see this so often on Sim, don't you? Once those initial 4 or 5 seconds of the fight, they get to charge up the beam and they're still alive, and the DPS is absolutely ridiculous, especially when comboed with a Bastion, as it was for a lot of today. Yeah, so it's a very good play just when they needed it most.
Yeah, mid to late fight, and that Sim becomes the most dangerous hero in the game. You really have to take care of her. If she's allowed just free reign to run about with that beam, she's going to kill people so quickly, so hard to react to. Obviously, the damage goes through the Sigma Matrix as well. So if you don't have shield left, which you quite often don't by the mid to late fight, it can be a huge problem. And if they're going to stand a chance tomorrow, Psycho's going to need to do a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that game definitely has potential to be close. Hard to know. I think what's maybe true about FOG is they also are in a situation where they maybe have a few options that they can pull out, and maybe if they keep asking questions of Rocky Sports, then maybe it'll go a little bit easier than it did against F16. We can maybe take a look at the brackets, so what we have to look forward to tomorrow. Yeah, I think that match 4, that second game, that's the one that everyone needs to make sure they tune in for. I think that one has potential to be one of the most fun matches of the entire tournament. Maybe harder for us to sell based off Rock's performance today that they're going to be able to beat Twisted Minds, given what we know about Twisted Minds. But yeah, I feel like that match 4, where I'm sat right now, it could be 50-50 really.
I think there's maybe an element of interest where if you're Twisted Minds, we have 2 teams who are on the up right now. GK look trending upwards. F16 really trending upwards quite significantly after that win. Can Twisted Minds continue their domination? Because if you drop a couple of maps against Rock, then all of a sudden maybe it shakes a little bit of confidence. The other teams smell a bit of blood in the water, and all of a sudden maybe it's on. So I think what Twisted Minds will be hoping for and what we expect from them is domination, not to drop a map. They've not dropped a map in the group stage so far, and I think they'd really be hoping to continue that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's maybe where the weakness could come in. I think obviously if you look at Saudi Arabia in the World Cup, there was very much an underdog story across most games that they played. They're not going to get an underdog story this time. They are going to be overwhelming favourites, and I think that there will be some internal pressure. And if we even drop a map this tournament, it's an embarrassment. And maybe that is something that teams, when they play them, can really try to use to their advantage. That being said, let's be honest, Twisted Minds, when they were in the World Cup under Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they were incredible in the clutch too. Experienced players. They've won this tournament before. They've won every tournament that they've really played in. So I guess the question is, how strong do they look this time tomorrow?
Exactly. And I think you're completely right about that match 4. It has to be the biggest match we've had so far in playoffs, and obviously even out of groups as well. The last time they played, it was 3-2 in favour of GK, but that series could have gone anyway. It gave GK the better seed, and obviously probably helped them out in the long run, because it meant they can get a nicer seed in Group B and get themselves top of that group. But everything can change. F16, someone was talking about it. They feel a lot stronger now. They feel they can take that series off them. Anything can happen, really, and I think if there's a game to watch this week, it has to be that game.
Yeah, fully agree. I think that one thing that's also true about the games tomorrow is we spoke about only 4 teams get prize pool. If you win tomorrow, you're guaranteed top 3. So not only are you you have a really good chance to be able to win the tournament. You're going to go away with something. If you lose tomorrow, even if you won today, you can still be the first team out. It's happened to me before with how these brackets go. So a lot of pressure on the games tomorrow. If they get through it, a big sigh of relief. Whatever happens, we've done okay.
Exactly. Really nice as well. Even if you say the bracket goes as expected, you get that matchup against Twisted Minds. It means you get 2 shots essentially. If you lose in the upper bracket, you still get another shot to take them on in the grand final. And when you're playing these dominant teams, if you can get as many chances as possible, it's not easy. So if you can get 2 shots at it, you got to take it.
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, you can kind of get into a situation where you feel them out a little bit, what works, what doesn't work, especially if you're a team like F16 who has multiple looks. But yeah, I think that's very much something that we can look forward to seeing across the next few days.
One thing that often happens as well, if you lose to a particularly good team, it's often your best chance to learn the most about that matchup. If you figure out which one was the closest in the direction you want to go, you're in such a good position to get it next time around. Obviously, if you lose tomorrow and you go through the lower bracket, even if you go on that fairy tale lower bracket run all the way through to the grand final, you've got to just do it on the day. You don't have a lot of time or a lot of preparation. You've just got to give it your best shot and see if it works. So now let's send it back.
You go.
Let's send it back to our casters, to our stage hosts to close out the day.
Wajih, what a day. We saw some amazing matches today, as we saw with Rock Esports going against Vicious Esports, and then we saw F16 Esports going against Fog Esports. With all of that, the thing is, it's 3-0. I'm not sure what's going on. Is it because today is the 23rd of November, the number 3 with 23?
تواريخ تلعب دور؟
بالضبط يا وجيه، ولا ايش رايك؟
فعلا صراحة يعني بالذات اننا داخلين على اول يوم في النهائيات، توقعنا الحماس انه بيكون قوي، لكن صراحة لاحظنا ان المستويات كانت متقاربة، لكن النتائج ابدا ما كانت مرضية، ولكن الفرق اللي خسروا معانا نزلوا لور بريكت فما عليهم اي خوف ولا تشيلون همهم. ولكن مباريات بكره هي اللي بيكون عليها الرعب. بكره بتكون عندنا مباريات السيمي فاينلز او النصف النهائيات في الابر براكت. اول مباراه معانا تويستد مايندز ضد فريق روك اي سبورت، والمباراه اللي بعدها بتكون معانا جي كي ضد F16. اترك لك الكلام يا برا.
Oh man, tomorrow we're gonna get overwatched. Tomorrow's gonna get over 9,000 with it. So ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's gonna get the semifinals on this very own platform of Saudi eLeague right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh. So tomorrow we're gonna have Twisted Minds going against Rock Esports, and GK Esports gonna go against F16 Esports. A day to really see a pinnacle of esports with Overwatch 2 taking place tomorrow right here, same place. وجيه الموضوع عندك.
نفس ما ذكرنا لكم اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، بكره بتكون مباريات بسميها نهائي مبكر لانها حرفيا مباريات حماسيه وحاسمه في نفس الوقت، فنتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. اما الان اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، وصلنا الى نهايه وختام اليوم الاول من البلاي اوفس او النهائيات الكبيره، فنشوفكم إن شاء الله بكرة من الساعة 6 إلى نهاية اليوم. كنت معكم أخوكم وجيه والأسطورة براء في التقديم. نشوفكم إن شاء الله غدا.
Thank you very much, Wajih. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching today here at the Saudi eLeague in the beautiful city of Riyadh. Tomorrow is going to be an important day. Don't go away at the same timing taking place right here at 6 p.m. KSA time. Let's make it happen. First of all, we're going to give a big shout out to everybody working behind the scenes and the amazing talents, both Arabic and English. And of course, to everybody who took their time to watch us right here with these amazing Overwatch 2 tournament and matches that took place right here. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the legendary Wajih. Thank you so much for watching. And